I would like to go ahead and call this meeting to order.
Attorney Brown. Mr. Mayor, okay, you recognize Attorney Brown?
You ready, Attorney Brown?
Well, wait till we get back. Oh, to number 3, the addendum. Okay. What is supplemental information to item number 3?
This is separate. It's number 3. Yeah, it's a motion they need to approve.
So this is not related to this.
Yes, this is.
Well, that's what I'm saying. It's just the supporting documentation for number 3.
Yes.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Okay. All right.
Do you all need the hard copies of the information for right now? We'll have it when we come back into. Are you going to address this now, or, okay.
Okay.
Let me,
Mr. Mayor.
Mr. Brown.
Mr. Mayor, I guess the question is whether it is, I guess you as chair, are we going to deal with going into executive session first, or are we going to deal with number 3 first? Executive session is what?
Let's go to executive session first.
Okay.
Thank you.
okay, well, let me have it back. And then, once they're accepted, then they'll be Mr. Branham.
Yeah.
And then we'll make sure that the public and media receive proper notice.
Chair recognizes the commissioner from the 7.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. This question is for the attorney. If there is questions, obviously this item we're not going to talk about, but the contract, that's a month to month. But if there's questions about the RFP procedures and moving forward, can we discuss that during this agenda item when we come back?
No, sir. That would have to be. You would have to add a motion to the agenda to have that discussion.
And that would have to be under administrative services. Is that correct? Based on what it is, probably.
I'm not sure which committees these fall under. The RFP for.
Yes, procurement, yeah, that
Yes.
would be administrative service.
Yes.
Okay, because the only thing I'll say is that, I think everybody up here needs to understand what the RFP process is and how it works and when it comes back in a week. And I don't think we even had that discussion. We just had the discussion of we wanted the zone, the RFP is created. I'm hoping that committee will have a discussion because I think we need to educate the community on the process as well as educate ourselves on kind of what's coming back. So I'll be asking for that. Hopefully we can have the discussion because I think it's needed.
Thank you, Commissioner. All right. We prepared to go to legal?
No, we need a motion.
Mayor Johnson, Commissioners, legal would request that we go into executive session for the discussion of pending and potential litigation, personnel, and real estate, as well as security.
Motion to approve.
Second.
I have a motion and second. Voting.
It's unanimous.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. We're going to legal. I think we're ready to call this meeting back to order. Mr. Attorney, is there a request for closed meeting affidavit?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Mayor, Commissioners, will request a motion to execute the closed meeting affidavit.
So moved.
Second.
Thank you.
We're voting?
Are we voting, sir?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Mr. Guilfoyle? Okay. It's unanimous.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Attorney Brown, are there any more motions?
Yes,
We need to address item number 3, sir.
we have,
They have them.
no, we need to do the motions for,
Yeah. You want me to read it?
no. We'll request a motion to adopt the resolution authorizing the settlement of all claims by John Singleton and Michelle Singleton in the aggregate amount of $15,000 payable as follows. John Singleton, Michelle Singleton, and Durham Bray Law Firm as their attorney. Further authorizing the administrator to disperse this amount, waiving Augusta, Georgia Code of Ordinances, sections in conflict for this instance only, and for all other purposes.
So moved.
All right, Madam Clerk, we have a motion and a second. We're prepared to vote.
It's unanimous.
Thank you. Mr. Attorney, is there anything else before we proceed
Yes,
forward?
yes, sir. There's 2 other motions. We request a motion to adopt a resolution authorizing the settlement of all claims by Sandrika Hillary in the aggregate amount of $55,000 payable to Sandrika Hillary and Kenneth S. Nugent as her attorney. Further authorizing the administrator to disperse the amount of $55,000, waiving Augusta, Georgia Code of Ordinances, sections in conflict for this instance only and for other purposes.
So moved.
Okay, that's Mr. Brandon and Ms. Scott.
All right, we have a motion and a second. Voting?
Mr. Johnson? Okay. It's unanimous.
Thank you. Madam Clerk, I think we're ready to proceed.
One
No, he has
what?
the
Okay.
attorney, sorry. Has
Thank-
one more.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Yes, sir.
Finally, we request a motion to adopt the resolution authorizing the settlement of all claims by Teresa Riddles in the aggregate amount of $11,640.37 payable as follows. Teresa J. Riddles and Tucker Long, P.C. as her attorney. Further authorizing the administrator to disperse the amount of $11,640.37, waiving Augusta, Georgia Code of Ordinances sections in conflict for this instance only and for other purposes.
Motion to approve.
Second.
There's a motion and a second. Madam Clerk, voting?
Yes, sir. Mr. Garrett, Mayor Pro Tem, and Ms. McKnight. It's unanimous.
Attorney Brown, does that conclude your motions?
There are no further motions from the closed sessions, Your Honor.
Thank you. Madam Clerk, we're ready to proceed with our special call meeting.
Okay, we have one item on the agenda, motion to approve finalized month-to-month contract between Augusta, Georgia and Gold Cross for the provisions of temporary EMS service.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. I'm looking at my colleagues. I don't see anyone in the queue. Just did Commissioner Johnson from the first.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just want to see if we can get a quick presentation on, and just a quick presentation highlight of the contract so that we can understand exactly what's been proposed. Maybe from the administrator or legal or whoever.
Does everyone have a copy of the proposed contract?
Yes, ma'am. Just received it.
As stated last week, this document was prepared with the, no, you don't?
It's on your,
Yeah, she got one.
oh, she was thinking, she has one. She was thinking Ms. Scott did.
Okay. Thank you, Mayor Johnson. As stated last week, this contract was prepared with the previous MOU used as a basis. This contract has been discussed with Gold Cross representatives, and they are in agreement with the document as presented. Whereas Gold Cross is the current, or at the time was the current 911 zone provider for Augusta, Richmond County, and the Department of Public Health has stated that Gold Cross has surrendered their zone effective January 31st, the Richmond County zone effective January 31st of 2023 at 11:59 p.m. The Department of Health has identified Gold Cross as a temporary provider, which has allowed Augusta to utilize them in this fashion from a month-to-month perspective until the state of Georgia has identified a permanent zone provider and until that permanent zone provider has began operations. There are definitions detailed here, and the term of this contract, again, will begin on February 1st at 12:01 a.m. and shall continue on a month-to-month basis. It will still provide 8 ambulances, as well as it also identifies where those vehicles will be staged throughout this contract. Compensation is outlined as $250,000 for the first month and $150,000 for each month thereafter, payable on the first of each month. The current fees, patient charges are identified under Article 3, under compensation, Section 3.1, which is identical to what the commission approved in November of 2021. There will be a 30-day period for termination of this contract. And all notices concerning any changes will be forwarded to the Office of the Administrator, as well as Gold Cross in the event of such. Are there any additional questions?
Chair recognizes the commissioner from the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. First and foremost, I'd just like to thank our procurement director, Ms. Sams, and those that worked on it, to include Gold Cross for coming up with a temporary solution to a permanent problem. And at this time, I'd just like to make a motion to have Gold Cross be our temporary provider for ambulance response and emergency medical services by the contract that has been presented before us.
Second.
All right, so we have a motion.
Mr. Mason and Mr. Guilfoyle, I think they were first.
So, Madam Clerk, we have a motion and a second. We're
Yes, sir.
prepared to vote. Let's vote.
Mr. Mason. It's unanimous.
Thank you, ma'am. Attorney Brown? Yep, okay.
There's nothing further from legal, Mayor Johnson.
All right, Madam Clerk, I think that was the only item we had on our agenda for the special call meeting.
Yes, sir.
Are we now prepared to move into our committee meetings?
All right. Ms. Meyer, let me know when you are ready.
Yes, sir. At the appropriate time, Mr. Chairman, Director McDowell has
Right.
submitted an amendment to item number 5. So
That's-
when we get to that,
Sure.
okay, we
right,
will
I'd like to call public-
disseminate that information to you.
Perfect. I'd like to call Public Services to order. Any additions or deletions to the agenda?
No, sir, just the modification to item number 5.
All right. If there's no questions from the colleagues, I'd like to submit consensus on the following agenda items. Number 3, number 4, number 6, number 7, number 8, and number 10. 3, 4, 6, 7, 8, and 10. Can I get a motion to that effect, please?
Okay, I didn't, who was that, Mr. Chairman?
Commissioner Williams.
Mr. Bobby Williams and Mr. Glenn Guilfoyle?
Got a motion and a second from the Commissioner from District 10. Voting, please.
It's unanimous.
All right, if we can go top down, agenda item number 1, Ms. Walden.
Okay, Ms. Walton, please, for our alcohol petitions.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Commissioners. We have 2 items before you today. The first item is a new location, alcohol number 23-04 is a request by Sharon Giddens for an on-premise consumption liquor, beer, and wine license to be used in connection with Jamaica Way, located at 2650 Tobacco Road. There will be Sunday sales. This application has been approved by the Planning and Development Department and the Sheriff's Office. Do we have any objectors to this alcohol petition?
None noted. Please state your name and address for the record, ma'am.
Sharon Gittens, 2650, no, that's the restaurant address, 5208 North Tubman Road, Appling, Georgia, 30802.
Thank you. Can I get a motion to approve, please?
Motion to approve.
Second. Got a motion and a second. Voting, please.
It's unanimous.
Agenda item number 2.
It's a new ownership application, alcohol number 23-05, a request by Upendra Brambahat for a retail package beer and wine license to be used in connection with Avion Investment, Inc., located at 601 Bransford Road. This application has been approved by the Sheriff's Office and Planning and Development. Do we have any objectors? Is the applicant
noted.
in the chamber?
Okay.
The applicant was notified, and a phone call was made.
Okay, can we,
Yeah. Can
Commissioner
we
Williams, go ahead.
move it forward?
Yeah, if you can make that motion.
All right, make a motion that we move it forward to the commission agenda with no recommendation.
Can I get a second?
Second.
Got a motion and a second to move it to the full commission meeting next week. Voting, please.
It's unanimous.
Agenda item number 5, please.
Item number 5 is a motion to approve enter into a lease for Hickman Park with the Trust of Oakland Park as assessor.
Director McDowell.
Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor, to the commissioners, Chairman of Public Services. I think Ms. Natasha is passing out an updated lease agreement.
No, she's putting on the screen the changed
Yeah, a
portion.
few lines that are changed.
Yes, sir.
And it's basically, we had to add some additional verbiage to terms 2. Section 2 that stated for terms, and basically we added, the lease shall be for 3 years with 2-year, 1-year renewals for a total of 5 years, and then at the end of that 5 years, we are able to go back and negotiate back with the trust. There's also was a question about the trust. We've been, I guess, absent of any type of lease agreement since 2015. And that was because most of the, well, I can say all of the original owners had passed away. And so this had to go before the Superior Court. And the Superior Court had to appoint a new board of trustees. And so at that time, back in 2017, the judge, I think Superior Court Judge Blanchard at the time, named a new trust, and I think that's Mr. Tom Roberts and Tom Roberts Jr., Mr. Alterman, as well as Mr. Huggins. And so now that we have a trust in place, we could actually ratify a lease or some type of agreement with that trust who has the ownership of Hickman Park over on Hickman Road, where we've had agreement, from my understanding, since 1916 with this particular Board of Trust. And so we're asking that we go ahead and ratify another agreement with them to move forward. And basically, they own the property, but the City of Augusta, through Parks and Recreation, maintains the property and add any capital improvements to that particular facility as needed.
Commissioner Guilfoyle, did you have a question?
No, sir.
Commissioner Bobby Williams.
Motion to approve.
Second.
Got a motion and a second. Voting, please.
Thank you, Maurice.
Thank you.
It's unanimous.
Agenda item number 9, please.
Item number 9 is an update. An update and review of current work progress on scoring towers at Diamond Lakes to discuss total cost spent since this project began in 2019 and the anticipated cost to be completed, timeline for work being completed, as well as when restrooms will be once again reopened. Attached documentation was sent to the Commission on December 8th, 2022.
Okay, Commissioner Garrett or Commissioner Williams, who's going to start on this one?
I'll start.
Okay. Let's go.
So Commissioner Mason and I took a tour back at the end of last year at Diamond Lakes with the administrator, as well as, I'll wait. We took a tour of Diamond Lakes and this work that has been ongoing for the last couple of years. I think both of us kind of walked away a little dismayed of what we saw as well as the progress. So really what we're hoping to attain today is the total cost that has been spent there, as well as when can we expect to be able to tell our constituents that the restrooms will be operable again, and what is the timeline for the scoring tower work to be completed.
Okay, who's going to speak to this? Administrator?
Commissioner, I'll speak to a portion of it. As you know, this project started under my tenure as the Central Services Director, and then the current interim Central Services Director will finish it off. But concerning how much has been spent to date, that total is $982,181.50.
How much has been approved to spend? Because I think there was 2 different items where we've
So the most recent expenditure totals $364,000, and that's out of a $500,000 approval from the commission last year, and that's as of work that is currently that has an outstanding purchase order. And I'll let Director Lampkin speak to the remaining portion and answer your additional questions.
Director Lampkin.
As stated by the administrator, as of to date, with the work that is going on now, we have spent about $364,000 out of the $500,000 that was approved. That work includes the materials and all the supplies that were bought to change out the storm drains in the towers, which is 20 in each one, so for a total of 40. Where we are now is we have stopped work because of an issue that we are having, that just changing the drains is not going to stop the problem that we're having. So we will be doing a video and cameraing of the storm lines out there on Friday morning with Yohi Plumbing. And from that point, we'll move forward with an assessment by ISM, who will be evaluating the building from top to bottom to make sure that any remaining problems will be identified and be corrected. ISM is contracted under Parks and Rec to do an evaluation of all their facilities anyway, so we'll be using them to get this done. Once that is approved, they're just waiting on the go-ahead to do that, so they can be out, weather permitting, starting tomorrow if necessary.
What's your timeline on all of that? And if I'm hearing correctly, we're just now doing an assessment of the total structure. I mean, I thought that was part of what got us to the point a couple years ago when we started this work, was the leaks and the further assessments and Just trying to understand. It seems like we're kind of going around in circles.
Well, I don't have anything that was done previously. So, in doing the work that we're doing now, we're finding some different things that's going on with the building that needs to be corrected. So instead of just trying to piece it together as we go, I'm just gonna have another assessment done fully of the building. It shouldn't take long to have this done. Yohi will do their work Friday morning. They should have some back to us in a couple of days. I'm hoping ISM can do the same. Like I said, they are on go, so they should be ready to go tomorrow, hopefully, once I give them the okay after this meeting to get that done. And until then, we won't have a full assessment of how much the cost is going to be until we know exactly what the problem is.
All right.
But hopefully I can have some back before the next committee cycle to let you know that this is be the total cost, this is what we have. And then moving forward, we'll need a funding source and know how we're going to proceed.
Madam Administrator.
Commissioner, concerning your historical question, the email that I sent to the commission December 8th details Exhibit 5, March of 2019, in which we procured Cranston Engineering to offer us professional services in relation to the bid that we procured to have some work done at the drains. So I think that may be in reference to the assessment that you were asking about. This assessment differs from what Mr. Lampkin is stating that he is proceeding with today.
Commissioner Mason, did you want to add anything to this?
You run the meeting?
Yeah.
Well,
Mr. Mason.
am I in the queue? Yeah. Okay, so just a couple of things here, because it appears like we're going around the mulberry bush, but we're not really gathering anything. And at the same time, we're spending more money. It looks like, in many cases, for duplicate work. So what I have a problem with as I go through this entire scenario here is that we've had contract vendors who have contracted in with us. I'm not sure exactly how they were procured, but maybe that's a topic for another conversation. But the bottom line is that when we were out there, myself and Commissioner Garrett, and it was brought to our attention, as you know, that some of the drainage work that had already supposedly been done and paid for was not done correctly. And we haven't held anybody accountable for that. Yet monies have been spent, taxpayers' money have been spent. And now it appears we're going to go back around and do some of the same things that were supposed to already been done. And what I have a problem with is some of these same contract vendors that we're talking about have contracts on other projects that we have. And who knows whether they're doing a good job there or not, and who's doing the inspecting. And so with that being said, that really is something that not only should I and this commission be upset about, but those that are responsible for ensuring that the work is done and inspecting and putting their name on the dotted line saying it's been done, there ought to be a level of accountability there. Still, after some time frame, the bottom line is, do not have working bathrooms. And that's what it all comes down to for our most widely used park that we have not only in Augusta, but in the CSRA, that is used for so many different things. And on any given weekend, you can come out and see thousands of people that are out there. And unfortunately, they're still having to use these porta pots. In 2023, that's reprehensible, to be honest with you. And half time I don't know who to call. Is it Central Services? Is it Parks and Recreation? Is it the administrator? Who's on first?
Well, in this case, you can call me anytime. I'm fine with that. And if not, you can call Parks and Rec.
You see what I'm saying?
We'll coordinate it. We'll get it. It'll get to me one way or the other. It just depends on what the need is. But we'll make sure it's taken care of.
So I didn't hear in this timeline that we talked about in terms of some sort of, and maybe this is just putting the cart before the horse, which makes for a very bumpy ride. What time frame are we looking at that we can tell our constituents and those that are coming to patronize our park when they can legitimately use restrooms in a manner that should be conducive to operating in 2023 without having to go use a porta pot that may not even be cleaned up or may be spilled all over and whatnot? You get the general idea.
Once that assessment is done and we have a paper documentation of everything that's actually wrong with the buildings, then we can give you a timeline. And like I said, hopefully after this meeting, I can get with ISM to get started on that, and they can get us some back as soon as possible to say, hey, this is what the issues are, this is what needs to be corrected, and then we could put that in the hands of a contractor to say, give me a time frame and let's escalate it to get this done. Especially for me, I'm hoping we can get all this done before the spring, which is the peak season out there at Diamond Lake.
So then what have we learned? What lessons have been learned? Any type of after action review have been done based on the things that did not happen before in terms of inspections, whether or not the drains had the proper piping, the proper size, and so forth? What have we learned that is going to help us do a better job this time than what we've done here in the past?
The contract though now that we have on site now does offer a 12-month warranty on all work that's being done up until this point. Also, now that ISM is on board and they do have inspectors outside of county inspectors, we'll utilize them as well to do the inspections along with some in-house staff to make sure everything is done correctly.
Okay, Commissioner Guilfoyle.
Thank you. Director Lampkin, I wasn't involved when this started leaking, and I appreciate the administrator recognizing that she had something to do with it in the beginning. But in 2019, we actually had paid Universal Plumbing to do the fix. Then we had CMI, which is contract management, to fix it as well at the tune of $292,517. So what we are doing is hiring the same company to come back in, is what you were saying?
No, sir, we're not using any of those same contractors.
Okay, so we paid all these different companies to do the same work to try to fix the problem. And it's not cheap dollars. You paid what they requested, apparently. But did anybody ever check the work to make sure it was satisfactory? Did we have a permit from our license department to proceed?
I can't speak to that. I'm going to have to pass that over.
Madam Administrator?
Can you speak to? Thank you, Commissioner Frantum. And Commissioner Guilfoyle, just to ensure I offer this body as much clarity as possible, CMI was not contracted to do the work that Horizon Construction has been contracted to do today. So that is not a duplication of effort. CMI was contracted in the amount of $528,402.50 to remove the ceramic tile that was on the second floor to include applying a waterproof flooring compound. They also did some drainage system repairs. That work was approved by this body. It was an RFP that was done, RFP number 19147. It was inspected, and then they were paid. The problems come in under the plumbing contractor that was paid to do work, in which someone was asking about accountability. The accountability measures have been taken with the appropriate staffers that signed off on work that was not done. Keep in mind that this is a historical matter that Augusta is still being plagued with today. So I wanted to make certain that you knew that CMI and Horizon did not do identical work. The universal matter concerning the drains being cameraed and the lines being jetted, that's where the question falls. That documentation has never been received.
Did we pay them?
Yes, and as I stated before, disciplinary action has already been taken as this particular measure occurred back in 2019.
Did we have a permit from our own to proceed? Did any of these contractors have to apply for a permit to do business on our grounds?
At this particular point, I do not think that that was the case, because the Central Services Department had a project manager that was acting as the contractor, or excuse me, acting as the general contractor for this particular project. But I can't answer if a permit was pulled or not by CMI, that is. I can't answer that question. I'll be more than happy to get you a response and
Please.
get that information back to you next
If
week.
you would reply to the entire body so we would all be abreast of it. And how long has this been going on?
So from my understanding, there were leaking issues shortly after the facility was built back in 2012. But in my documentation, it was, and as it states in my documentation, November of 2012 was when the facility was constructed, and shortly thereafter, staff was reporting leaks. But in June of 2018, that's when it was reported to the Central Services Department under my watch.
So we've been on this project since 2018.
That's correct.
5 years. Okay, thank you.
Commissioner Garrett.
Thank you. Following up with my colleague from the 4th and 10th, I think really what we're wanting to hear is, was there any sort of warranty work that was asked, or I think, you know, as we're going through all these different contractors, why aren't we requiring the contractors that did the work that apparently failed or isn't quite working the way that it should have to go fix these issues?
Administrator.
So the flooring work was warranted. It was a Dexotech product. It was also warranted through the manufacturer as well as the contractor who was licensed to apply it. The issue is plumbing, in which, no, there was not a warranty obtained, nor has the city received documentation of the work in which we paid for.
So who's responsible for attaining that documentation?
Several attempts have been made in obtaining the documentation, and that was the cammering of the lines, which has not been obtained. Hence the reason why there's still concerns. But if you notice, let me find it. Oh, the pictures did not come out clear at all. If you look at Exhibit 9, $17,000 was paid to CMI, in which they showed us pictures as well as detailed out what drains they cleaned, as well as what the debris was found. And I'll email out these pictures because they're black and white and you can hardly see them. But the information that was not received was from Universal Plumbing. However, CMI was also contracted to go back out to clean out the drain lines, which is what Director Lampion is stating needs to be done again.
So once again, we're talking about obviously the fix was not the fix because we're going to do the same thing again. And I think that's kind of where Commissioner Mason and Guilfoyle were talking about. It seems like we're just kind of going around in circles trying to remedy something that we're not holding really anybody accountable to ensure that the work is actually complete and functioning the way that it's supposed to. Interim Director Lamb, can you mention that after today you were going to be able to move forward with the next steps? What action were you expecting to hear from us today in regards to that?
As for today, I just need to go ahead to get ISM to do the evaluation, and then I have the costs associated with having that video done of those lines, and also having the lines jetted again to see exactly what the clogs are. And Yohe Plumbing will be doing that. And the cost for that is about $4,800.
Administrator, is that something that we're supposed to approve, or I was just trying to understand why you needed?
I mean, I mean, I'm just saying that's where we are now. We can move forward, and I can, like I said, that'll be done. I already scheduled Yohe Plumbing to do that on Friday morning, and then, like I said, I've already talked to ISM, and they are ready to go. We just got to move forward.
Do you think that you could have us a timeline ready by next Tuesday on the path forward?
Yohe said it'll take them to break down the video and give us a full detail report. It'll take them a few days. And like I said, they're doing it Friday, so I don't know if it'll be ready Tuesday. It would probably be best for me to bring it back to next committee.
Yeah.
All right, 2 weeks then.
Yeah.
Madam Administrator.
Commissioner Garrett, I don't want you to think that disciplinary action was not taken and no one was not held responsible for the actions that took place. Again, this is historical and those measures have already taken place.
Thank you. Commissioner Scott?
Mr. Chairman, I'd just like to ask one question.
Sure.
I hear you, Director Lampkin, saying that you're going to have a vendor come out to do something this week.
Yes.
the weather permits. But do we need to have anything done before we really understand what the problem is?
Right, and that's what we're doing. I'm having them come out so we can really understand and get a full understanding of where we at out there before we put a dollar amount to it and what needs to be done. So the next time we come back, I should have an estimated dollar amount that we'll need to approve and get us a timeline on how fast we can get the work done.
Commissioner Mason.
Okay, that's a great question, Commissioner Scott. And the other thing that I'm concerned about is once we determine exactly what's going on and what's needed, and I know you said ISM will do that, so that's not something that we need to do an approval on because we've already approved them to do certain things with the park. Okay, so that part is good. But my next concern with that is how are we determining then who will be the contract vendor of choice that's going to perform whatever work it is that needs to be done? And is that a procurement process that we're going to have to go through, or do you have another process set up? Can you give us some sort of idea how that's going to work?
Well, my thought process is on that is we already have a contractor who's under contract. We may be, depending on what we find out, we may be just able to do a CO on that and then have him continue to work. Or it may be something that we have to put out for bid. But once I get more knowledge of the problem, then I can get with procurement and see, and then we probably could do an expedited bid on it if necessary.
And just so that I'm clear, maybe everybody else is clear, the CO you're talking about, is that some sort of change order?
Change order, yes.
Okay.
Thank you, sir. Before we wrap up, Madam Minister, I have a question for you. Based on, I'm hearing work that was paid for and not done, as this body, do we take them off vendor list? Like, what is the repercussion moving forward for this body to handle a company that was paid and never did their work?
Commissioner, being that this is work that was done in 2019, I would have to speak with the law department as well as the procurement department, as I can't speak to what the recourse would be in this particular case.
Okay. All right. Commissioner Valley-Williams.
We've been here a long time talking about this. I think we need to focus on how we're going to get this thing fixed. And you said they're going to come out and review the work. I have to admit that I'm of the same mindset as Mr. Mason and Mr. Garrett. I thought that stuff was already done. But I think, we need to look forward to what needs to be done to get it fixed, because I never knew the problem was going on. So I don't know if y'all want to make some kind of motion or something.
I say bring back in 2 weeks an update, because that's as quickly as he thinks he can probably get it based on time lag. So we can stay on top of this as a body. So can I get a motion to that effect, please?
So be it. Motion, bring it back within 2 weeks.
Second.
Got a motion and a second. Voting, please.
It's unanimous.
And that concludes public services. Thank you, committee.
Good afternoon, everyone. We'd like to call the Finance Committee to order. Ms. Bonner.
Yes, sir.
Are there any additions or subtractions to the agenda?
No, sir.
All right. In the words of my colleague, there's a lot on this agenda, so we're going to try to work through this as quickly as possible. I'd like to get a motion to consent item number 2. There's a motion. Is there a second?
Yes, sir. We have Ms. Scott and Mr. Guilfoyle.
All right. There's a motion and a second voting.
Unanimous.
Thank you. Let's go to item number 1.
Item number 1 is to discuss a workforce study to right-size the government in preparation of the budget shortfall coming in 2024 when the ARP money is exhausted. Commissioner Guilfoyle.
All right. Chair recognizes Commissioner from the 10th.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I sat in here couple months ago during the budget process, and Commissioner Williams impressed me when somebody had to come up, NGO was asking for money, and first thing he said, we're going to have to find this $10 million coming up here because it's going to be a shortfall in following years, and I appreciate him bringing that up. I had correspondence with other commissioners as well prior to them becoming elected. It's something that we are going to have to face. This is the elephant in the room. You know, the right sizing, you know, everybody thinks it's downsizing, but it's not. Downsizing is often an emergency measure during hard times. It is hard times, but there's other ways of right sizing. It's the process of restructuring so we could be more efficient. Within 2 to 3 years, the fire department, you're going to have people in finance, and you're going to have other governmental departments that's baby boomers that are going to be at retirement age. We're going to be skill loss. If we ain't training somebody to take their place, we're going to have to come up with ways to be efficient and right-sizing our government. I know that there's other colleagues that's in favor of this. I had spoken with them as well as the mayor. We had discussion yesterday, and you know, we actually, the budget process did not even address this $10 million that we're going to be facing shortfall next year. If it was addressed, it was going to be put on the back of the taxpayers, and that's not the right way of handling it. So I would like to hear from the colleagues. Would this just start a dialogue, number one, but I don't want to wait till next year budget session or this year budget session and go, hey, we have no choice. We didn't try. Let's start trying now, and we can work as a group to come up with ways of saving money. And it's going to take the other elected officials as well to participate in this. Not only behind this dais, but elected officials outside of this room.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Yes, sir, thank you. Chair recognizes Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Chairman. In regards to this topic, this is something that we heard campaigned on back during the last election, as well as you know, conversations that many of us have had trying to anticipate when the ARP funds do run out, what that looks like in regards to our workforce. And I think one of the things that we really need to look at in regards to moving forward is, do we have the right amount of workers in the right positions? And do we have, you know, I think we really need to take a close look at the authorized positions that are funded each year versus the actual bodies that are here working. And I think that's where Commissioner Guilfoyle is trying to lead this conversation, especially when we're talking about trying to anticipate budgets in upcoming years, as well as making sure that the services that we're supposed to render are done at the highest quality possible.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Chair recognizes Commissioner from the 7th.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I agree we need to have this discussion. I think it's obviously a lot of discussions, a lot of different departments, a lot of different areas that we would want to look at. I hate saying this, but I think that we have to create a committee to get something like this done. And, you know, I definitely know that the mayor campaigned on this as well, having these discussions as well. So I think he needs to be engaged in this committee as well in this process. But I think that's the way we need to go. I think we need to get a committee going. We need to put different people on it, and you know, one bite at a time on the elephant. But we need to start the conversations now because I know every year when we get to the budget, it's already done. We're just signing off on a budget, and the only way to get true change is to have those discussions in April and May, so that when we get the budgets in September and October, it's fixed in a way that we can move forward and hopefully not have a tax increase. So thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Commissioner from the 7th. This is fun. I get to say that the chair recognizes the mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for the opportunity. As you know, I campaigned on the idea of creating some efficiency for our government before we start having the discussion about increasing the budget and paying people more. And I assure you, the compensation study is probably going to conclude that we need to pay more. However, I think it's incumbent upon us that we look at our government in a holistic approach to see if we have the right people in the right places. As I recall, and I was made aware of yesterday, back in 2017, we spent some $300,000 on a compensation study. This most recent study is already, I guess, valued at $470,000. So at least before we move forward, let's just give us an opportunity to kind of look at the people, make sure we have the right people in the right places, and just right size our workforce so we could be responsible with the tax dollars in which we've been given on behalf of the taxpayers.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Yes, sir. Thank you. Before I continue down the list, we still have some more questions. I'd like for the Finance Department Director to come forward because there will maybe be some questions here before we go forward. But I'll recognize Commissioner from the 9th as Director Williams comes forward. Commissioner from the 9th.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I was just going to suggest that we hear from Ms. Williams and Ms. Rooker in this discussion before we make some different.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Right on time. Okay, so a couple questions, Director Williams. Can you take us through just understanding the difference between the workforce study and the compensation study? I know Mayor Johnson mentioned the compensation study that we spoke about before. What are the differences between the two studies, and what would be the inroad in both of those studies? Ms. Rooker has it. Okay, let's bring Ms. Rooker up to ask that question first, and then Commissioner Scott, you have some additional questions. Okay, Ms. Rooker, well, you stay up here now, Ms. Williams. Ms. Rooker, how are you doing today?
Doing well. How about yourself?
I'm well.
Good afternoon, everyone.
All right, so same question. What is the difference between the workforce study and a compensation study? And what are the end, I don't know if you can answer the end result, but what is the anticipated end for both of those studies?
Okay, I'm going to go through some notes that I have so that I can explain what the workforce study is. The scope of work may include determining specific functions are assigned to the right department or unit within the department, and whether the work itself is optimal organized. Wow. Okay. So that's exactly what a workforce study does. It just makes sure that departments are lined up correctly, roles are lined up correctly in those areas to make it a little more efficient. Okay, the comp study, what that is designed to do is whether jobs, positions are allocated to departments correctly, and the number of people are allocated correctly, and their functions. It also will make sure that our classification, meaning the job titles, are lined up and paid, and the positions are paid correctly. So that is the difference. It's two different things. They're not the same thing.
Okay. I see our administrator is jumped in the queue. We'll take a comment from our administrator.
Commissioner Johnson, while Ms. Rookert is here, because the compensation study was approved last year and has already begun efforts, will you allow her to speak to where we are today in regards to it?
Please.
Okay. As the compensation study was approved, we did an RFP 22-150 to conduct a classification and compensation study. The cost was $480. That's the first thing. The second thing is we've already begun the work starting in January. We've already, the Siegel Company asked for 19 different documents in January 5th to be exact. And so we've already started working with them. We've already been working with our compensation team. They've asked for employee census data, classification data, administrative policies, as well as our benefits information. And so we had to compile all of that information and send it to them so that we can begin our survey questions as well. So the next step is survey questions and speaking to our leadership. So that the next thing to schedule is speaking to our leadership.
Okay, and with that being said, would a decision to enter into a workforce study instead of a compensation study affect the work that you've already began? And if so, to what degree?
It would affect where we are now because we're trying to right size on one side, and on the other side, we're trying to get the classifications to make sure that we have the right positions in place. I understand everyone thinks that the compensation study is designed to increase money, but it isn't. And for this particular situation, there are quite a few departments that won't get an increase. So it's really to make sure that our classifications are lined up correctly, because we do have positions in different departments that are called the same thing. So that for me is going to help us figure out where we are, what we need, what classification to make them, and what grades, what the pay grade should be.
Okay. Are there any questions for Ms. Rookert before I ask Ms. Williams to come up? Any questions for Ms. Rookert from any colleagues? Commissioner from the 5th, 10th?
The 5th.
Yes, you're in the queue.
You said 15th.
5th, 10th? Okay. 5th.
Well, I think Ms. Rookert really explained my sentiment. We say a compensation study, we say a workforce study or what have you. Basically what it boils down to is money. I have looked at it with several different people, and you may have a secretary who works for utility who's making $30,000, and then a secretary who's working for engineering who's making $40,000. Essentially, they're doing the same thing, but they may be called one thing over here and another thing over there, but they essentially should be making the same money. If one is making $45,000, then they both should be making $45,000. I understand that this is pretty much rampant throughout the system, that you may have people in a secretarial position, but you got one over here making 20, one over here making 30, somebody over there making 40. So in order to right size, if that's the word that we want to use, then we need to bring all of them. The compensation should be the same across the board. But you got utilities department who pretty much generates their own money, engineering somewhat, and then we've got some other departments that don't generate any money, but you want those people to make the same money. That's just not going to happen without us spending a lot of money to right size, quote unquote. So I'm for it. At the same time, we're talking about a shortfall in 2-3 years, and then you're talking about bringing people the same across the board. I don't know where we're going to find the money. I would love to do that. No, I think everybody should make a living wage where they can live and do well and what have you. At the same time, we need to look at what the city of Augusta has in store when it comes to monies to be spent on right sizing and or compensation studies or what have you. So I'm with you. At the same time, we got to find some money. We probably need to start charging people for speeding a little bit more often or what have you.
Thank you, Commissioner,
Be
for the
good.
5th. Director Williams, can you approach, please? Director Williams, if we're looking at this from the perspective of budget shortfalls because of ARP and others, is a workforce study the right route to take to find the remedy here?
Don't know that I would say that it would be a tool. I don't know that it would be necessarily the fix for everything. Anytime you talk about revenue projections and revenue shortfalls, there are, not being flipped, but there are probably 50 different factors that are going to affect that. Probably the main two that you hear me talk about repeatedly is the growth in the tax digest, which directly affects your ad valorem tax collections to some degree. As you all are aware, there are numerous factors that keep you from benefiting from all of your growth, your inflation. I do understand that there is some potential legislation that would adjust the rollback calculation to allow governments to, in fact, benefit more from the inflationary growth that is out there rather than the current formula that is in effect. The other one, of course, of your main revenue projection comes from your sales tax collections, and that's pretty much defined by inflation and the economy. So far, we have weathered all storms very, very well in that regard. But like I said, anytime you are looking at your projections, there are many, many moving parts. And as I said to start off with, I don't think your workforce study, while it would be a tool, I don't think it is the only answer that is available to this government.
And if we wanted to incorporate both the workforce and a comp study, how much extra would that cost us to do a workforce study? Or could that be in conjunction with what we do at the administrators workshop with the Georgia Municipal Association? Because what this sounds like is that we want to.
I have no idea what a workforce study would cost.
It sounds like a blue ribbon. It sounds like what we want to do is reorganize the government, which in sense is not what the agenda item is speaking of. The agenda item is speaking from a fiduciary standpoint, and what this seems like is we're looking at this from an organizational structure standpoint. So I think that we may need to take this conversation and perhaps maybe receive this as information or move it to the full commission without objection so that we can get a better understanding of what is being asked and what the best path forward would be, because regardless of what we do, it's going to cost us money. And we just got done talking about how money was spent on a project and we're just going around the bush, and we don't want to do that here. That's just a recommendation that I have. Of course, I can't make any motions, but we do have some commissioners in the queue with comments, and we're going to continue the conversation until a decision can be made. And so I'll go to the commissioner from the 10th.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I understand that this agenda item is going in a different direction, and if we look back in 2017, I just verified with my colleague at the time, we did have a compensation study done, and we had it implemented with the administrator at that time, and we was going to do it in 4 levels. Government always creates the problem. They always have a solution to fix the problem as well. With this ARP money, it caused a lot of issues in the fire department. It caused a lot of compression in wages, where you got sergeants making as much as captains, et cetera. If we would have followed the plan back in 2017, 2018, we wouldn't be in this position we are now. And I understand there was COVID times, and we had to make reasons to give money away. But here it is, 2023. And 2024, we're going to be in the shortfall. If you wouldn't mind, Mr. Chairman, why don't we, since I'm not a finance, I'm not a HR, I know what I do for a living, just like everybody else here has something to give. But why don't we direct the administrator and staff to come back in, let's say 120 days time, to come back with ways of saving money without increasing taxes. Would y'all agree to that? At least to get these subjects started.
Yes, sir. Before we go there, we have a couple more commissioners in the queue, so if you can make that motion after the conversation.
Thank you.
And we'll come back to that.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Mayor Johnson.
Yeah, thank you. My primary focus is in looking for ways to create more efficiencies. I've heard throughout this government we have way too many chiefs and not enough Indians. It's easier to hire an employee and pay him $150,000, yet someone who's committed 30 years of their life working for the city can't get a 50 cents raise. I think by just taking a broad approach about who we have in what positions, hopefully it creates an opportunity for us to then address the compensation issue. It gives us a more robust and broader discussion about sort of some of the lower paid employees. Not long ago, as a result of COVID, we started the entry level salary at $15 an hour. We gave raises across the board. So before we continue to increase the burden on the taxpayer, we have to look at how we do it, making sure we have the right people in the right places, the right number of people in the right places. And I just don't see, and this is my opinion, spending another $470,000. The train has already left the station. Perhaps we could get to a point to where at least we could pause that, so we could put those monies towards the effort of right-sizing this government. And Madam Administrator, I'd like you to chime in to see if we can at least do that, or at least have a discussion about doing that.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Commissioner from the 9th, and then we'll go to the administrator.
Mr. Chairman, I'm good.
Okay. Commissioner from the 5th.
Yes, sir. I like the idea Mr. Guilfoyle had about having folks to go back and see how we can save money, we can generate money without raising raising taxes or what have you, because I'm telling you, we're gonna need it after this ARP money runs out next year. There's some things that will come to us where we're gonna need some money, and this government is gonna be in trouble. So I think it's a good idea to start looking for ways to save money and or find money right now. So I'm not on this, what you call it, committee? Am I, Ms. Bonner?
No, you're not, sir.
So I'm gonna make a motion.
No, you're not, sir. All right, the mayor requested that that the administrator chimes in, and after the administrator chimes in, we'll obtain a motion. We'll entertain a motion. So Administrator Dowse.
Thank you, Commissioner Johnson. Concerning the workforce study and what Augusta's financial position will be in the coming years when our ARP dollars come out, yes, we can present to you options that have not been heard, as well as options that have been heard, to include increasing the millage rate, as well as other options such as abolishing some positions, as well as restructuring options. At the same time, that because this would be a long-term fix or a longer-term solution to a short-term problem, this may be something the commission would want to consider allowing the permanent administrator to bring forth those recommendations. I know that conversation is still on the table, because what you would hate to do is take the government in one direction based upon one person's recommendation that may very well be changing.
Thank you, Madam Administrator. Commissioner from the 10th. Microphone, please.
Mr. Chairman, the good thing about the interim administrator, she could get the ball rolling because the directors will remain in place, even if either she gets the position or he or she in the future obtains that administrator position. But at least the ball will get rolling. The time is of the essence. We already realized we've been up here behind this dais for a month already. 3 or 4 months is going to fly by quick. So if we don't get it rolling, I appreciate Mr. Williams' comments. At least we're going to have to address it now than later. So I'd like to make a motion to have the administrator and staff come back 120 days with solutions on reducing or coming up with ways of saving money and through efficiency, et cetera, but raising the millage rates, raising the tax is not an option in my book, sir.
Yes, sir. So there's a motion from the commissioner from the 10th. Is there a second?
Second.
There's a second from the commissioner from the 9th. Voting.
Mr. Chairman.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yes, Commissioner Scott.
I just need to understand now, are we going to put a halt on what we have going right now with the,
That wasn't
Gonna go
voted.
forward.
No, ma'am.
Okay.
The motion is just simply to have the administrator come back with recommendations to help us recover from anticipated budget shortfall due to ARP funds. Okay. Motion and a second. Voting. Hey, brother. Hey. Just keep your seatbelt on.
It's unanimous.
Thank you. And with that, Finance Committee is adjourned.
It's me. Good afternoon. I would like to call public safety to order. And with that being said, I would like to consent items 1, 3, 4, and 9.
So moved.
May I get a second? 1, 3, 4, and 9.
I do want to hear something about 4.
Okay.
400 pages.
Okay. So let's consent items 1, 3, and 9. And we got a motion
We have it.
on these? Okay,
Madam
and a
Chair.
second.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Voting, please.
Did we combine 5 to 6?
Yep. Miss, yeah. All right.
It's unanimous.
All right. Ms. Bonner, I'm going to start from top to bottom.
Okay.
And
We'll
by the
start-
way, real quick, I wanted to ask you, 5 and 6 will be discussed. Can we combine those, please?
Yes, ma'am, they can be
All right.
companion items.
Okay, thank you. All right, starting with 2, is there anybody from the Sheriff's Department? Yes. Okay.
Okay. Item number 2 is to approve and accept the grant award for the continuations of the Victims of Crime Act grant with funding from the Criminal Justice Coordinating Council to provide services to crime victims from October 1, 2022 through September 30th of 23, and authorize the mayor to execute the necessary documents.
Okay.
Commissioner McKnight, this is not a sheriff's office
Okay.
matter. This
All
is
right.
concerning the solicitor's office.
Okay. Do we have anybody? Well, I thought that Commissioner from the 10th wanted to discuss that, but
I don't know.
he has stepped out.
Move to approve.
So let,
Second.
okay. Voting.
It's a routine grant. Notice.
There we go.
Ask questions next week.
It's unanimous.
Thank you. Moving on to 4.
Item number 4 is to approve the purchase of 400 tasers for the Richmond County Sheriff's Office.
Anybody from the sheriff's office? No. I thought she just,
No,
They
Where'd
took
she
it
go?
off. They
We
had
took it off.
questioned Mr. Williams.
Can you call her back in?
Commissioner
Okay.
Williams.
My apologies. I thought I heard that 3 and 4
Yeah.
was consented, and I just told them that they could leave. So we're
Co-
bringing them back in.
okay. Yeah,
She did
Commissioner
come
from-
to speak to both
Yeah.
of those items.
Okay, Commissioner from the 5th had a question about it.
Okay.
Thank you.
Where's that money coming from?
Find out.
Where'd they go?
Good afternoon.
Can we have your name,
Yes, ma'am.
Officer?
Sheila White.
Okay. We just need it for the record. She's with the Sheriff's Department.
Okay. Will we read it? If,
She's aware
Okay.
that she's
All right.
addressing the tasers.
go ahead. Thank you.
Ms. White.
Okay, so the tasers that we currently carry are phasing out. They are the X2s, and we're going to the X7s. We put into the budget, which is currently in the 2023 budget, for the purchase of the tasers. So we're just going through commission right now for the procurement guidelines that is above $25,000.
All right, District Garrett, Commissioner from the 8th.
Commissioner Williams. had
Commissioner
the
Williams, go ahead, please. District,
So I just want to know, where's the money coming from? That's your money?
Yes, sir, it's in the line item.
It's already in the line item. So you're not asking us for any money, you're just asking us for
purchase.
It's through the procurement
for
process.
all right, motion to approve.
okay. Motion and second. Voting. Okay.
It's unanimous.
Okay. Moving on to 5 and 6, which are combined
Item
items.
5 is to discuss the 2 fire truck accidents that happened within a week's time. Commissioner requested by Chairman McKnight. Item number 6 is to discuss an update on the 2 accidents from the Augusta Fire Department, requested by Commissioner Mason, their companion.
All right. Ladies first, I'm going to go ahead. Thank you, Chief Burton, for coming today. 2 quick questions I've got for you. With this incident happening, we had 2 fire trucks that have unfortunately flipped within a week's time. And I would like to get an idea about the cost, first of all, in replacing, or are we fixing these? Do you have any idea if, first of all, if we're going to need to be replacing them?
Yes, ma'am, and good afternoon, Honorable Mayor Johnson and esteemed Commission and Madam Chair. As you mentioned, yes, ma'am, we will need to replace those units. However, the cost associated with that has not been determined as of yet.
Okay, that's what we got to figure out, how we're going to pay for them. Okay, and got any other questions here?
I do.
I'm in the queue.
Okay, Commissioner from the 4th.
All right, thank you, Madam Chairman. There's a couple of questions that I do have. Chief, number one, we're talking about cost of replacement. Is there not any type of insurance policies or claims that can be utilized with these trucks?
Commissioner, to answer your question, if I'm not mistaken, I think the city is self-insured, but it may be more of a question for risk management.
Is risk management here? Please, if we could, Madam Chair.
Okay, yes.
Oh, it's
Thank
also
you.
our finance director. How about that?
Yes.
So many hats.
Yes, sir. Risk management reports to finance.
Oh, very good.
Augusta is self-insured for our vehicle program. It works out over the long run. It tends to work out very well for us, being that the high propensity of our vehicles is involved in public safety and is as such is subject to greater risk, patrol cars, et cetera. When it doesn't work out for us that well is with a very high dollar equipment such as a fire truck.
So are you?
It's risk, and we do our best to manage it.
And so in this particular case, it's
It will be up to the fire department's budget to replace those trucks.
okay. And of course, we don't have a replacement cost right now, if in fact they need to be replaced. Okay, getting back to the chief, if I could, Madam Chair. What is the policy? Let's put it that way. In terms of when these accidents happen, what is the policy of the fire department in terms of what goes on with the individuals that are driving? What is our policy for that?
So I'm glad you asked that question, Commissioner. When it comes to crisis management, I take a very strategic approach to that. First, and I'll share those details with you. First and foremost, it's very important that we address the wellness of those involved. We need to make sure that they have the physical medical care necessary in hopes to realize them rejoining our team. What is often missed is the psychological effect of trauma. That often goes unnoticed. And so last year, I created a critical incident stress management team. We implemented that last year. And last week, we held our first crisis management briefing. And so first and foremost, we addressed the wellness of those members. One thing that often also gets overlooked is those responders that responded to the scene. And so we want to address the psychological effects of those members of ours that actually responded to help. Next, continuity of operations. It's very important that our community knows that despite the loss of these two valuable resources, that when they pick up the phone to call 911 for help, we will be there with the same world-class service that our community not only expect, but they deserve. Next, we'll continue our training. We'll continue our training through our fire safety stand down. And what's different in the traditional sense is we'll have one-on-one meetings with our chief officers and our operational staff. While all of this is taking place, a complete investigation is underway. And then finally, based on the findings of that investigation, we implement new programs. We implement training. You know, I've come to realize that any success that we have as a department, it relies solely on our members. So we have to invest in them. We have to provide training and support for them. And so my hope is that as I continue to have those conversations with you, particularly around budget time, that we'll realize your support.
Well, there's no doubt training is absolutely imperative to this whole situation here. And the fact that we've had two happen in such a short period of time is a little disturbing. I hope that's not a trend. And I'm wondering, or if you even have the results yet, is this a result of human error? Were there some issues with the truck itself, maybe some faulty equipment? Do we know how this happened? If there's a fault mechanism in place to determine what's what, or how this happened, how it can be avoided from happening futuristically?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. And as I mentioned, we are doing a complete investigation into all aspects of this event. And while I appreciate the fact that there may be gaps and or lessons learned, we're certainly going to look for those. Once again, when I talk about training and things surrounding training, specifically during budgetary times, I hope to realize all of your support in those areas.
Well, let me go back to policy for a minute. That really, yeah. Let me go back to policy for just a second. Is it a policy of the Augusta Fire Department or either Augusta government period, or during any type of accident as such, to have any type of drug or alcohol testing of the individuals? Not saying that there's anything nefarious going on, but just what is the policy in relation to that, and or did any of that happen?
Yes, sir. I think, once again, I think risk management would be the appropriate person to answer that question. But my understanding is yes, there is a policy that after each accident, that task is completed as such in this case.
And you're saying it was completed in this case?
Yes, sir.
Risk management, I'm getting the north and south. Is that I guess that's yes? Okay. All right. Is there a time frame on when it should be done? Within X amount of hours, or that anyone knows?
She's coming to the podium, sir.
Got her running around today. Thank you, Mrs. Williams.
Post-accident drug testing is a requirement of Augusta-Richmond County. Per policy, there is a 32-hour window for that to occur, and the individuals that were involved in this were tested.
Within the 32-hour time frame. It's important for the news media to get that right. Okay, so that did happen. All right, within the 32-hour time frame. Thank you, and thank you as well.
I've got one more quick question for Chief Burden. I'm just curious, and I had a few people ask me this. What are the training requirements for the drivers? What is it? A few months, a week, to drive one of these fire rigs?
That is a good question, Commissioner, and I will share that our current program for relief driver, it is a kind of a three-step process that entails 80 hours of training. And so there's a process, there's a 40-hour training process in the beginning stages. There's logs kept to document that progress. Following that, there's a class, a training class that they go through. And then there's continuing training hours that need to be attained following that training class.
Okay. Thank you very much. Right. Appreciate it. So we'll receive this as information, Ms. Bonner. Any objections? No objections? Thank you. All right. We'll take next item number
seven. Provide plan of action and costs associated with the state emergency ambulance protocol.
All right, Chair recognizes Commissioner from the 8th.
I'd like to remove this item, Ms. Bonner and Madam Chairman.
Okay.
All right.
Do you want to ask to be deleted without objection from the committee?
I second that.
Okay. So we have a motion and a second.
Well, you could do
No,
it
I'm
with
glad we got it.
unanimous
We were
consent.
sent. All right. Go ahead. All right, we're moving on, if that's okay, to item number 8.
Item number 8 is to discuss options to utilize the QRV vehicles in lieu of fire trucks.
Okay.
Requested by Commissioner Gilmore.
Commissioner from the 10th.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Chief, the reason why I put this on the agenda, I appreciate you explaining to the citizens they will still have first-class service. I know as of last year, we were two fire trucks short that did not make it on the splosh from the last splosh. So, and then a couple of weeks ago, we lost 2 vehicles. There's going to become a defined line if we have another accident. There's going to be a line to where we can no longer protect our citizens, and the equipment that we are utilizing is, you could tell me $1 million plus. I would have to believe it. But that's a lot of wear and tear going down these small roads, these one-way streets. I know that the firemen did not sign up to be EMT drivers. I know that for a fact. They signed up to be firemen, but since we do have 4 ambulances in the house, I would like to try to find a better way than utilizing these big trucks. If the fire department can obtain QRVs and put it at the quadrants, and I appreciate you speaking with me earlier. You're going to focus on the most concentrated areas where the most calls are. I'd like to hear your feedback on it, and if we need to proceed forward, I'm going to listen to your expertise in that field.
Yes, sir. So good afternoon once again, Commissioner Guilford. I want to thank you for bringing this item forward. Quick response vehicles can have a tremendous impact on our service delivery and what the services that we provide to our citizens. One of my top priorities for this year is service delivery for our department and professional development. And so the conversation around quick response vehicles, I think, is timely, and I think it's needed. I think it will, once again, not only have an immediate impact to our call volume, an immediate impact to our utilization rate, meaning the amount of time and the amount of way that we utilize our firefighters on the scene. There's just so many benefits to the concept of quick response vehicles. So I want to take you through just a brief description as we continue this conversation.
You was prepared for this.
Well, I only had since
Thank you.
Friday, but I think I have experience on the subject. So
Okay.
Quick response vehicles. So quick response vehicles, as it relates to the fire department, are all hazard vehicles. They're smaller, they're less expensive, which realize cost savings. So QRVs that tie up specialty apparatus. So calls are requiring more time on the scene. The time that our men and women spend on the scene has grown. Reducing the time by substituting a less specialized vehicle benefits the community by allowing smaller vehicles equipped to handle emergencies response, both fire and EMS. Targeted volunteer model. In order to maximize the utility from least resources by targeted relief of the highest need areas, strategically staging these smaller vehicles in locations based on the data. And Commission, that's what I mean by if we can actually take a deep dive into the call volume and the data, we can place these vehicles where they're most appropriately utilized to provide quicker response, less wear and tear on our larger vehicles. Reduce costs. In initial costs, fuel, and maintenance, we will be able to realize savings in all areas, which increase the overall operational costs associated with the department, while increasing our service delivery. We're looking at savings of approximately 25% on maintenance and fuel costs. Interesting data, for every call that a QRV runs, one less call shortens the life of our fire trucks. And so we're able to utilize our QRVs not just for medical calls, but also for those extrication calls and fire calls, and just reducing the wear and tear on the much larger vehicles. And really, we find ourselves at a point now where there's no replacement plan in place. There's no funding for our apparatus. So we really have to think outside of the box in order to expand the life of our units. Sustainable replacement model versus fire engines. The consequence of problems with QRVs costs less in terms of life, from the damage caused by wrecks to extra time that is required when an apparatus has to reduce or respond to an emergency from outside or inside its response areas. Interesting data, in fact, that for every 3 QRVs we implement, we solve one engine's call volumes for an entire year. That's very interesting. While supply chain issues also affect the automotive industry, QRVs are not as subjective to the current supply chain issues that make replacing or servicing fire trucks different, including time to purchase. And so, where I know that this conversation is ongoing, I really like the direction. I think it's something that we really need to consider, to have those smaller vehicles on the road and able to respond and in some cases relieve larger apparatus. So I really feel it's a good conversation. Now, I will tell you there are 2 things to consider. Personnel is one, and time to actually funding, in a sense.
Can I follow up, Madam Chair?
Yes, you may.
Chief, I know that you're 100 man short in the fire department. That's going to be a challenge there. I don't know if you could utilize from within. You would know better than I would on how you staff your men and women, sorry. But in order to keep this conversation going so we could protect our citizens, I know you don't have a value, what it costs per vehicle or how many vehicles that we're going to need. I'm not on this committee whatsoever, but I would ask somebody on the committee if they could actually put it on the, have you bring forth and put it on the agenda so we can move forward. Because there's one, 5 years ago, we bought a mobile command center at a tune over $1 million. I don't think it's ever been utilized, has it?
You're talking about our MEOC. We try our best effort to utilize that vehicle whenever it's possible, but
Right.
in
At
that
fairs,
time, I do not
parks.
believe we've had a natural disaster that's occurred in that magnitude.
You might want to, if it's not used or utilized, it's becoming a, if you'll have rodents come in and infest it. It might be one way of doing a wash, get rid of that, and it'll pay for 5 to 6 of these vehicles, if that's what you're looking at for funding as well. Thank you, Madam Chairman. Thank you, the committee, for listening in.
Okay.
And thank you for that presentation.
Thank you, Chief Burden. I'm going to go. Chair recognizes District 5, Bobby Williams, please.
Chief Byrd, well, I think you had a good. Well, I think you had a good report
5.
And I'm gonna hit Allen Mason in just a second. That might be a good thing. I don't think that we need to get into EMS service right now. I think we can revisit this at some point in time, but I think the administrator, the attorney, Jerry Sams, they're trying to secure a provider for us. We don't know what that provider is going to bring to us here at in Augusta. So I would like to put that on hold for right now. As like I said, it's not a bad idea at this point in time. We're looking for a provider. So I would ask that we put this on hold until we find a provider and they give us what they give us. They may come with no QVRs or RVRs or whatever it is that they come with. And I think that we'll be wise to wait on this. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner from the 5th. I'm going to go now to Chair recognizes District 1, Commissioner Johnson.
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman.
You're welcome.
A question for the Chief. Chief, you said that, I don't know if you said it, I believe Commissioner Guilfoyle said it, whoever said it made a great comment, that our firefighters don't want to be EMTs. So question, if we were to get these vehicles, who would we have driving them? Because what I understand is if someone has to leave the station, everyone has to leave the station. Is that true? Who would be driving those vehicles?
So I'm glad you asked that question because I think an important distinction here needs to be noted. And so when we talk about quick response vehicles on the EMS side, that's different from a quick response vehicle on the fire side. Quick response vehicle on the fire side is an all hazards vehicle, as opposed to on the EMS side, there's one person providing ALS interventions. On the fire side, when you institute quick response vehicles, they're staffed with 2 people. And like I mentioned, they not only respond to medical calls, they also respond to other fire-related calls. They also respond to our fires as a manpower unit. So there are many different, so I want to ensure that that distinction is made.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Okay. Chair recognizes District 2, Commissioner Pulliam.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
You're welcome.
Chief Burton, my question is, out of the current call volume that we receive, approximately what would you say the percentage of calls that are made into the station that would actually require a QRV versus a fire truck? And I know you can't give me an exact number, but what's a rough estimate?
So I can tell you that we respond to over 26,000 calls last year. 63% of those calls are medical related calls. As it relates to what this vehicle would dispatch to, we would direct that. So we would direct this vehicle to respond to medical calls. We would direct this vehicle to respond to vehicle accidents. We would direct this vehicle to respond to fires and any other miscellaneous calls that we receive that we can utilize this smaller vehicle in.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. I'm going to go ahead and Chair recognizes Commissioner from the 6th. No, excuse me. We got, Mr. Lewis, Commissioner Lewis.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Question for Chief Burton. I understand you to say that the utilization of these vehicles are geared for quick response. The apparatus that they have will meet the expectations of things such as extrication, medical, and you also alluded to the fact that they can also be used for fire response. My question is, what type apparatus will these vehicles be able to keep that will allow them to be utilized for fire?
So when it comes to fires particularly, so I'll give you an example. an extrication call, for example. Oftentimes, we respond our large ladders to make those extrications. Many times, it's just opening or popping the door in fire terms. So it's utilizing our extrication equipment to open the door. Once we open that door, we can access the patient. Imagine a smaller vehicle with that same capability being able to handle that call without our large truck having to respond. So that's one example. So as it relates to fires, there are many duties on a fire scene. Adding this unit as a manpower unit gives that incident commander the tactical advantage to be able to make assignments utilizing that personnel. And so as on an extrication call, it's the equipment, it's the utilization of the personnel and the equipment, but on a fire call, it's more utilization of personnel. And the overall, adding that additional personnel not only increases our ISO numbers, but it makes up for overall safe scene.
Thank you.
Okay. All right, Chair recognizes a commissioner from the 1st.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Chief Burton, you said that you responded to how many medical calls last year, or how many medical calls in general did you say you responded to?
63% of the 26,000 calls.
What's that number? I'm not a mathematician.
So I don't have the exact number
Sounds like a lot
but
of
I can
calls.
provide it for
Okay.
you. Yes.
So you said those were medical calls. Is that standard of the fire department to respond to that large of a medical number, that medical call number?
Yes, sir. Nationwide, it is.
Nationwide.
Yes,
And is that in conjunction with our EMS provider, or is that just solely on the fire department?
Here it's in conjunction with.
Is that because they didn't pick up, or is that just standard how you all work?
It's just a standard. We typically can get there faster and initiate that medical care that's necessary. So when called upon, we respond. And because we have more units that are available for those calls, we can get there and initiate that much needed medical care.
All right.
And so nationwide, EMS-related calls have increased for most departments.
Okay. Thank you, Chief. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Okay. Chair recognizes Mayor Pro Tem Garrett.
Thank you. I think going back to the conversation about whether or not to start implementing these types of vehicles, I know that there's been quite a bit of discussion up here in reference to waiting or not. I think that there may be a little misunderstanding that these vehicles would not be responding the same way as EMS providers, QRVs do, correct?
That's correct. That's correct.
So I was just wanting to kind of clarify that. But so as we're trying to plan ahead, I know there's been quite a few different conversations about planning. What would it take for you to come back with us with maybe a plan to start purchasing or implementing this type of vehicle into our fleet?
It wouldn't take long at all. The problem that we're running into, and we make calls to our fleet to try to get actual pricing, and we've been told that because of supply chain issues, they haven't been having a hard time getting pricing. So this is a conversation that will take some time because, as I mentioned before, we will also need the personnel to put on these units.
Can we not use the same personnel that also man the fire trucks, or does it have to be completely separate personnel?
No, we would need, because we're adding to our service, we would need additional personnel to place on those units. We can absorb that, and if we do, then we're taxing a system that's already taxed.
I think that part of the conversation earlier was about, kind of using these in lieu of rolling the fire trucks, but not changing up and adding personnel. I think that would kind of be redundant because the cost savings that we're going to have on buying the smaller trucks, you're going to use it up on personnel. So it's kind of a mute issue if that's the way we're looking at this.
Well, I think the implementation of QRVs industry-wide is you realize the cost savings in the long run when they're implemented.
I don't know. So anytime you start talking about adding personnel just to man another vehicle, that gives me pause. I was hoping that the conversation was going to, basically, hey, depending on the call, we're either going to roll this fire truck or we're going to roll this QRV. Not we're going to go find some additional guys to stand around and wait for these particular calls. Because if that's the case, then I think that there's a big misunderstanding up here.
Yeah, I think further conversation would definitely need to be had in that respect.
All right, receive this information.
I've still got, let's see, I've got Chair recognizes a commissioner from the 5th.
Mr. Guilfoyle, you got a motion that you want to make, or you just want to take it as information for right now?
Mr. Williams, I'm not on this committee. I would love to make one. I would like for this conversation to continue if Madam Chair would not mind if she could put it on the agenda, 2 weeks from now. That way it'd give time for the chief to come back and let us know what it would cost.
Back to committee?
To committee, yes, sir, for a discussion to be handled.
We can do that.
All right, I make a motion that we bring it back to committee in 2 weeks. Did we get a second?
We got a second. I'll go ahead and second that.
All right.
Motion second. Voting.
Voting.
I'm sorry about that, Stace. I'm not getting you.
It's unanimous.
Okay, without any further discussion, that concludes public safety for the day. Thank you, Mrs. Bonner.
Thank you, ma'am. Ms. Scott, you
Engineer,
ready? Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
Would you give me supporting documentation for item number 7?
Excuse you.
Do I need to give my motion first, Madam Chair? Like to add to the agenda?
For the cemetery. Now, they have additional, if you want it, I don't know.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair. Madam Clerk, I'd like to call administrative service to order.
Yes, ma'am.
To my colleagues, I would like to consent number 1, number 3, number 5, and number 8.
So moved.
Commissioner Scott.
Don't we need to add to the agenda before she closes that out?
Yes.
Okay. So I'll wait on her to call on me.
Madam Chair, I think Commissioner.
Do we have any addition or deletion?
Madam Chair, I'd like to add an agenda item to the discussion today. Discuss the RFP process with the zone deadline approaching. Thank you.
And I believe we have another.
No, sir, you're not.
Addendum.
And that's with
Housing and Community Development, the lead grant.
Oh. Let me work on that one. Wait a minute. Oh, yeah, I got it here. Thank you.
Make a motion to approve the consent and the items discussed.
Get a second.
It's Mr. Franham and Mr. Lewis with the vote Motion and a second for the consent agenda.
Ms. Bonner, can I ask, can we consent the HUD lead hazard control to the consent unless someone has?
Okay, so we're accepting the HUD grant and we're adding it to the consent agenda.
Yes.
So
Okay.
moved with it.
Okay. Are you good with that, Mr. Lewis?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
And Ms. Bonner, can you restate the consent agenda, please?
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Consent agenda is item 1, 3, 5, 8, and the addendum item, HUD lead hazardous control acceptance grant award.
You ready, Madam
Are you
Clerk?
voting?
Oh, voting.
It's unanimous. It's unanimous.
If it's all right with my colleagues, I want to start with number 7. I believe we have Mayor Bob Young, Mr. Clark, and I also see former Commissioner Dennis Williams, and I know he worked on the Georgia State Veteran Cemetery to come give us an update.
Good afternoon, everyone. Don Clark, 4048 Madison Lane. So happy to be here in front of you all today. We'll be providing some maybe new information for some, current information and updates for others. Is it loaded up or? It's not? Okay, I'll brief off of that.
Oh, yeah, we just received it.
Thank you for calling me out, Ms. Bonner. Not this. I'm talking about that.
That's how we roll.
Yeah.
That's how we roll. We keep it real.
As Ms. Bonner stated, I didn't get a lot of this to you all in time, so I apologize for that. But it's important that we continue to inform you all about the need and the push to bring this project to fruition and to the community. So all of you all have packets in your hands that go over some of the briefings, and these briefings have actually been provided to the governor of the state. They've been provided to numerous legislative members from the state and across the region as well. To speak plainly and directly, this effort was brought by former Commissioner Fenoy. He asked for former Mayor Young and myself to come together and bring a proposal of effort to bring a veteran cemetery to the area. The need is immediate. The need is understood and clear. With Fort Gordon, with the introduction of other entities on Fort Gordon, such as the Cyber Command, Georgia NSA, and numerous other growth opportunities that they have. They're actually up to 4 different DoD entities on there with the introduction of Space Force now being on Fort Gordon as well. We have a proud community of veterans, of active duty service members, and those that work in that capacity along with their family members. And this proposal was brought in September 2019. We came before this body to bring it and carry it forward, and we've been pushing and carrying this since then. And we'll give you an update of where we are today and next steps. So I don't want to go through the entire packet because I know my time is limited, but I will tell you the need right now. Basically, we have 2 cemetery options for veteran cemeteries. Family members, service members, and veterans have the option of going to be buried in Milledgeville, which is 90 miles one way, or Fort Jackson, South Carolina. Milledgeville is a Georgia State Veteran Cemetery. Fort Jackson is a national veteran cemetery. Neither one, whether it's state or national, have any type of limitations as far as if I'm buried in a Georgia cemetery or a South Carolina cemetery, there's no residential requirements as it stands today. Okay, so I just wanted to make sure and clarify that. So our proposal was to bring a cemetery to the Augusta region to benefit all of us, and it would also benefit South Carolina as well because of the close proximity that we're in. All right. Now, if you all look on the page that states where it says demonstrated need and support, there's a breakdown that we put down here of the numbers for veteran populations in Georgia CSRA counties. And you look, we're about 48,931 just in Georgia CSRA. That again is not counting South Carolina. If we were to add the South Carolina counties that make up CSRA, it would be almost 89,000 veterans in the area. Now, I want to make sure that everyone understands, because I don't think everyone understands the requirements that are in place right now. And these requirements come from Georgia Department of Veteran Services, but they're adopted throughout the federal VA system. For someone to be eligible for burial in the cemetery, veteran must have military service under the rules established by the U.S. Department of Veteran Affairs. I'll go ahead and penetrate to the point. Veterans that have served and that have left service with honorable conditions, of course, can go through receiving the benefits of burial there. If there's someone that, of course, was dishonorable, they wouldn't qualify for that. That also means that their spouses would receive the benefit to be buried in a military veteran cemetery, along with certain cases, dependents. That dependent would have to be 21 years or younger, would have to be fully dependent on their family member, that is the veteran, and so on, to be able to benefit from that. There's considerations about making some changes to add in more availability for Reserve and National Guard. Those conversations are going on as we speak. All right, so I wanted to make sure that you all understood the requirements for the burial. And understand this cemetery would not be a city-run or a maintained cemetery. This would be a state-run and maintained cemetery that Department of Veteran Services would add to their budget. We have it estimated at about $550,000 annually that it takes for them to manage one. This project when we started out, is an estimated project of $10 million. All right. Now, a lot of what you all see, if you all can go to the page that has the map, I'll show you this one here. All right, this map, let me tell you the specifics about this. The map is a vicinity map, all right, and it's carried through the National Cemetery Administration. What map? Is that one right here? Ms. Bonner, you got to keep up with us, okay? I showed them this one, right?
Oh, you don't come
right.
from Ms. Bonner now. Motion to adjourn.
You don't come in our house.
I know, right?
I've never seen Miss Bonner thrown under the bus.
It ain't gonna happen, Mr.
I
Mayor.
apologize, Ms. Bonner. All right, I apologize. But, all right, this is a vicinity map. If you see on there, there's circles drawn on that map. All right, those circles represent a 75-mile radius. So the way the National Cemetery Administration slices it up, based on the vicinity and city area and coverage, if you fall within those circles, then they consider your veteran population served. If you fall outside of those circles, then they consider you unserved. Now, I bring that up for a reason, because that's one of the challenges that we're looking at today. If we were to base it off of the circle coverage, that significantly dwindles down our population of veterans. So, and like I told you, between Georgia and South Carolina and the CSRA, we're looking at 81,000 plus veterans in that area. But if we base it off of the circle, all right. If we base it off of the coverage areas, they go off of a model that's pretty outdated, and they call it as the crow flies. And that's how they measure from straight line distance between these radiuses. But again, they don't benefit us in the sense of trying to make sure that all of our veterans are covered in this. So according to the VA, they're saying that a good majority of our veterans are covered in that 75-mile radius. So one way, 90 miles to Milledgeville or 80 miles to Fort Jackson, they're considering that to be right there on the edge and suitable as far as some level of coverage. It did not stop from us being able to submit our application to the Department of Veterans Affairs, to the grant program that was submitted and has been received for the past 2 years on the list. Now, we have a number of endorsements. When we first started this out, we went on a world tour pretty much of going through the region to ensure that what we're bringing forth was supported, was also received as a need and a want from everyone. And we had an overwhelming amount of support. Started with Georgia Department of Veteran Services because, of course, this will be added to their budget. They absolutely agreed and received that. We also went through the Augusta Commission, Columbia County Commission, even the Regional Commission, all gave resolutions of support stating, yes, we absolutely want this in our area. We also had a number of our federal leaders, from Congressman Allen to Congressman Joe Wilson in South Carolina to Senator Ossoff, who recently, as early as October of last year, just sent a letter directly to the Secretary of VA stating his need and want for bringing this cemetery to the area. So I want everyone to understand there's been a full court press assigned to this effort. Bob and I, of course, we're, for all practical purposes, we are both veterans. We are both unelected officials, but we have a passion for this because there's a need that we need to really bridge and gap for everyone involved. And this need has been understood and received by numerous levels of folks who are in support of it. So when I tell you all, there has been a great deal of work done on this. It's been a great deal of effort that's been executed up to this point. We also have a selected site. If you all go to, Ms. Bonner, I'm going to point this out to you.
No, sir. They just give them the page number. Okay. They all have the handouts.
Yes, ma'am. I'm going to give you a hug after this, Ms. Bonner.
I asked former mayor if he would be your Vanna White. He could put it on the screen back.
All right. Yeah, I'm going to pull up the... All right, if everyone would go to the page that says Site Selection and Georgia Department GDVS Cemetery Operations. If you can pull that up. All right, once we started this process, we got our support from throughout the region. We also went to before the governor, which we had to. The governor had to give approval to erect another cemetery in the state. So he received our briefing. He accepted the information. He and his staff deliberated on specifics and cost and so on, and he absolutely overwhelmingly approved the erecting of a cemetery in the greater Augusta region. Once we received that, because we were submitting a application through what they call the VA grant process, the state had to give a 10% commitment towards the project. That's where the $1 million that the state legislators came together, identified a line item for, for support of the application going forward. We then also had to select a suitable site. The benefit of Augusta in this case is 2KM Architect, which is right across the street from the municipal building, has designed and planned every existing veteran cemetery in the state of Georgia. So having them on board, having Rob Malden and his staff being our technical advisors and assisting with a lot of this, with the schemes for the maps and so on, has been essential in this. And I do want to acknowledge Augusta up front. Augusta took a very, very proactive approach towards assisting this. You all brought on 2KM as a team to advise, and you all contracted them to do a lot of the schemes and maps that we have today. So I'll talk about some other things that Augusta took on the forefront as well. But what we found behind Gracewood, behind their existing operations, was acres and acres of undeveloped property just sitting there. So once we went back there and we did some surveying and some checks on it, it actually was very suitable to accommodate a cemetery. This doesn't interfere with their operations at all. It's very far behind it. And what we ended up finding out actually was the property was owned by 2 different state directorates. And that was one of the challenges we had, was finding a property that was owned by the state to keep the cost down and to keep it more attractive as a project. We found out that Georgia Forestry and Georgia Department of Behavioral Health both co-own different aspects of it. Georgia Behavioral Health owned a certain portion of it. Georgia Forestry owned the good majority of that property that was undeveloped. So once we identified that, hey, this was the site we wanted to select, we had to go through conversations and deliberations with State Properties Commission. They pulled the deeds on all the property to ensure there were no issues or reasons why we could not move forward with it. And it had to go to both of the state directorates to release it. Of course, with the governor's urging and in support of it, it was a pretty easy sale in that regard. So state property set aside 219 acres of property for us to place the cemetery on. That would put us as the largest cemetery in the state of Georgia from a veteran cemetery standpoint. One is 42 acres, and the other one is 142 acres, which is in Milledgeville. And ours, of course, would be the largest when it's brought in. So it'll be a medium-class cemetery. They're estimating, Georgia Department of Veteran Cemeteries estimates about 749 burials a year. Again, it's a $10 million, estimated as a $10 million project, and we're actually looking to get that estimate refreshed, all right, because when we started this, that's what it was brought to. If you flip over, you'll see a breakdown of schematic to where basically it shows all of,
I'll get it done. You keep talking.
thank you. You see all of the specific aspects of the cemetery, from an entryway to the public administration building, ceremonial, columbarium, committal shelter, maintenance, and so on. So, of course, being that this is state ran, of course, there'll be some job benefits from the area that they'll need to depend upon to actually administrate this cemetery also. If you skip to the next page. And again, I apologize for not getting this earlier to the administrator to where we could have had this appropriately up on the screen. But the schematic breaks it down. Coming off of Tobacco Road would be the main entrance. And this is where, again, Augusta really stood up and championed the cause of bringing this to the constituencies, their veterans. The road leading in there definitely needs to be widened. And Augusta, of course, previous commissions voted to approve supporting that effort. They also, there's a number of abandoned buildings on that property that definitely would have to be demoed before any construction could move forward. And Augusta also stood up and said, hey, listen, we will stand to support that as well. So I'm saying that for a reason, because Augusta has really, really embraced this with a great deal of significance and really kind of putting their money where their mouth is to ensure that we kind of get this thing moving forward in a productive manner. So again, at your leisure, please look at the schematics, the breakdowns. We'll start with a phase 1, but we have an estimated 75 years of growth expansion as well, if not more, depending upon what, I mean, because of the amount of space we have. And Bob said a lot more. Yeah. So now let's get to the point where we really want to ensure that we give clear updates. If you look to the page that says next steps, the state appropriated the 10%. So a line item for $1 million has been assigned to Georgia Department of Veteran Services since 2020. And every year, when it's not used for that year, it's pulled from the budget, but it's then reallocated again for next year's budget. The state, of course, filed the grant application to go forward. We've been on that list for 2 years. If you all look at the packet that has, yeah, it's a separate packet.
That was the last document circulated.
Yeah. Thank you, Ms. Bonner. All right, Augusta's number 29. Now, I brought this list up so that you all can see. This is actually the list that every city in the country that is either applying for expansion or new construction for a cemetery, they fall on this list as long as they meet all the requirements. So we've been on the list for 2 years. The problem is this particular process that we're submitting our application through is $100 million underfunded. So if we were to depend solely on going through this process, we won't get a cemetery, because we're competing against every city in the country, and they're basing it off of a priority. Because ours is a new construction, if you look on the list, all of the upper priorities are expansions. The lower priorities are establishments. Now, if you also look at line number 29, where Augusta is, and you look at the number of veterans benefiting from the project, they have 1209. Now, that 1209 is because of the circle radius that I was telling you all about. How they have the circles drawn doesn't benefit us from a number standpoint in their eyes. And even if it did, we still would be a lower priority, because this will be establishing a brand new cemetery as opposed to expansion. So I wanted to point that out to you all so you understood how the two kind of correlate, all right? But this is the list. This shows, so if anyone ever says we're not even on the list, this shows that we are on the list, and this comes from the National Cemetery Administration. All right, so again, the rankings usually come out in October. Again, we've gone through that rankings order 2 years in a row. What we have done now is taken the steps to request additional support from our federal legislators and the state. So we talked to our state legislators. Who's carrying that right now is State Senator Max Burns and the rest of the delegation on trying to determine 3 different courses of action. So if you all go to the page that says potential challenges, like I said, the first one is obvious, $100 million underfunded, that program that we're going through to try to get this thing appropriated. So we're looking at 3 different options from a funding source standpoint. The first option, of course, that we proposed to the state was for the state to cover the cost of the $10 million. The second was for our federal leaders to render some type of federal earmark appropriation to cover the cost for the project. And the third one will be a collaborative effort between the state and our federal leaders to try to bring the cost for the cemetery together. So what we're looking at currently right now, and our state legislatures have given the commitment, or I shouldn't say commitment, but they have given us early indications that the state is willing to collaborate with the cost, but not necessarily carry the full cost of the cemetery. So we've also relayed that information to our federal leaders with Senator Ossoff's team, Senator Warnock's team, and Congressman Allen for them to collaborate on what we can get from the federal side. So what we're looking at currently right now is how we're going to get this appropriated. It's either going to be, again, with the state supporting it and the federal. If we can't get those two sides to really interact in a way that is productive for this moving forward, then we're going to put ourselves back in a position of not bringing a cemetery to the area. All right? And I'm being very straightforward and honest with everyone because, again, Bob and I have been on the forefront of this for 3 years now, over 3 years. And
almost one commission term.
Yeah. Yeah. And it's important enough to us to continue bringing it up, but again, it comes down to the bottom line. We have to have the dollars to appropriate and move this forward. All right, but I do want to definitely shout out Augusta on being the forefront leader on continue to help bring this forward.
Let me make just a couple of closing points. I just want to make a couple of closing points, if I may. And because we worked on this 20 years ago when I was in office, and it's kind of been kicked around that long. But we've really gone as far as we can go with it right now. And I think it's important that if we want the cemetery, there's some things that need to be done. And that's just not Don and me. We need everybody engaged to take ownership in this. The city in 2021 agreed to pay for the development of the access road, 1,800 feet off Tobacco Road, and to assist the state with demolition. Those letters are 2 years old now. We need to get those letters reissued with current dates so that we can keep those in the forefront of the people in Atlanta and Washington who we're going to and begging for money from. The other thing is we need to engage commissioners and the mayor collectively and individually to tell your representatives in Atlanta and Washington that you need the cemetery here and you need their financial support to make it happen. We need you to engage your lobbyist in Washington, not to just have this on a list that he checks off, but something that he will aggressively try to move with the aid of Senator Warnock and Ossoff and Congressman Allen. Likewise in Atlanta, since we're trying to enhance the state participation in this, we need your state lobbyist not to have it as an item to check off when they go into a meeting, but to massage this with members of our delegation. I'm convinced as long as we've worked on this, we've reached the point now, if we don't get the funding lined up by October 30th, that takes us through the state budget cycle and the federal budget cycle. If we don't have money in place by October 30th, I think this is just going to go away. People are going to lose interest. They're going to say, well, it's never going to happen. And we've done a 3.5-year push on it. It's time now to push it across the finish line. And if we got to get the Georgia Bulldogs down here to help us get it across the finish line, we'll call them. But the point being, we need some action. We need some activity. We appreciate your support up to this point, but we're here to ask you to step up and let's see what more we can do to get this message to Atlanta and to Washington, D.C., and let's get these funds buttoned up and get this cemetery. We can break ground next year on it.
Mr. Young, Mayor Johnson said you need to state your name and your address for the record.
I'm Bob Young, 2103 Summerhill Lane, Augusta.
Okay. We have some questions in the queue. Commissioner Mason.
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman. Just a couple of things. First of all, I appreciate both Don and Bob for all the work that they've done here previously, along with Commissioner Fenoy and Commissioner Dennis Williams. I think he's sitting out there somewhere. Don't have my glasses on. Who is he asleep? Oh, anyway, we've done some we've done quite a bit of little work going on there, and I've assumed that task as the commission from the commission, and also a retired Army veteran, to try to help push this along. And so we've had some discussion with Bob and Don on several occasions, as well as bringing in the city administrator to talk about some specific things. So even though I'm not on this committee, Madam Chairwoman, I just wanted to ask a question in terms of the commitment, because I heard something about the commission, and maybe it was before my time, had already made a commitment or maybe a previous vote on, what was it, demolition or the roadway? Can we verify that? Who would it be? The administrator? Certainly, Madam Clerk. You remember everything, so. Has that happened?
We have those records.
Oh, we do. Do we have an amount of which the commission has committed to the government?
I have an estimate.
Yeah, we had an estimate at the time that the state had provided us. Well, two different entities provided. The state provided it, and then roads, of course, provided it. And it was $2.3 million.
2.3 million. And that was for the entranceway?
It's $800,000 to develop the access road from Tobacco Road to the cemetery boundary, 1,800 feet. And then it was $1.5 million to assist with demolition on the site. VA will not pay for demolition. Okay. You've got to do that on your own.
Now, my question with that is that a part of the total 10 million, or is that in addition to?
That's in addition to.
Okay, I want to make sure that we're clear. So our engineering department is aware of all of that, and looks like he's got a thumbs up. Is that a finger? And make sure it's the right one. So we're good? I can't hear him. I'm not sure what he's.
Dr. Malik, would you come up to the mic, please?
We want to make sure it gets on the record.
Good afternoon. Yes, sir. I'm aware of that commitment, and engineering will do with, once this project is approved. That's kind of the first step.
Right.
So.
Okay, because I don't think we can do anything before once we get all this together. I think that's the first piece that needs to be done. Is that correct?
That's most likely, yes, sir.
Yes.
Yeah, the widening in that. Okay.
But you're not going to do anything absent a cemetery.
Exactly. And that's why I say, once the funds are identified. So what we have here is a situation where we need all hands on deck to assist in this process, whatever influence you may have with whomever it may be up at the state level, whether it's the governor, Republicans in charge, the Democrats, whoever it is that can help us push this across. We need that, like yesterday, to assist. But then again, from a standpoint of the federal dollars, our Congressman Rick Allen, our state senators, we know that the Republicans are in charge in that area as well. And so that would be a good time to begin to earmark some dollars so that we can go ahead and push this through. So it could be from the federal, could be from the state. We should have more than one plan. In other words, it's the federal government cannot do it or do it all, then the state government perhaps could add in some as well, or you have that as a secondary plan.
And I just want to clarify. So Senator Ossoff, as early as probably 3 weeks ago, we had a meeting with his chief of staff from D.C. who came to the area, and they're actually working on what line items this will be appropriated, what additional funds could be received in support from the VA, and so on. So again, we've talked to them, but to Bob's point, we definitely need everyone to ensure that this is known as a priority.
So one of the actions that I would hope that would happen here today, because I see this says receive as information. However, as I'm looking in this packet and I see all of those letters, and I see the one for us is totally outdated, if someone could make a motion to update our letters of support with a commission signatures as well as the mayor, so that we can be on board and we can be up to date, and they know that from this commission that we are in support of it coming here to Augusta. So I'm not on that committee, but if you would entertain that and put that out there, that would be most appreciative, I do believe. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mason. Commissioner Johnson?
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I'm telling you, I don't know what it is, but Commissioner Mason is always in my head during these meetings, because that's what I was getting ready to recommend, sir. You know, so that you know, that's what it is. It's just looking in the mirror. All right. So, Madam Chair, I'd like to make a motion that we update our letters of support and signature lines to be approved at next commission meeting.
Second.
And to receive, well, can I also say, to add to that motion, and to receive the presentation as information?
We have a motion and a second.
Yes, ma'am.
May I make a request that you include something in that motion?
Please.
That you update the 2 commitment letters from the city?
That's what the
motion is.
Not the endorsement letter that's in the packet, but the commitment letters for the roadway and the demolition that went to the Georgia Department, the State Properties Commission. Yeah, we want to update those 2 letters. If you would
Yes, add
include
that to
that
the
in there,
motion.
that'd be great, and get it all done at one time.
Let's add that all to the motion, Ms. Bonner.
Okay.
Because I can ask Ms. Bonner to do things.
You asked nicely.
Thank you, Ms. Bonner.
Okay. We got a motion and a second voting. You got it, Ms. Vaughn?
Yes, ma'am. It's unanimous.
Okay.
All right. Thank you all.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Ms. Bonner, your flowers are coming tomorrow, okay?
The truck. The truckload.
Okay. Ms. Bonner, number 2.
Yes, ma'am.
Item number 2.
2? Okay. Item number 2 is a motion to approve the recommendations from the Golden Harvest Food Bank to select R.W. Allen for the award under the CDBG CV funding opportunity in partnership with the CSRA Regional Commission in Augusta, Georgia, to expand the Produce Rescue Center warehouse at the Golden Harvest Food Bank Augusta location.
Thank you. Would you give your name and address?
Nisi Long with the Regional Commission. Oh, sorry. Nisi Long with the Regional Commission.
Okay, I think Commissioner Lewis had a question, and I believe Director Hawthorne Welcher may be able to answer the question. It's about the grant itself.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Director Welcher, upon reading and trying to develop a good understanding of this grant that is proposed for the Golden Harvest Food Bank to help facilitate their produce line that they have at their facilities. I understand that the grant that was appropriated was in the amount of about $3.7 million. Am I correct?
Yes, sir, you are correct.
All right. And the initial proposed building came in at around $7.7 million.
That would be correct.
And so the $3.7 million that was going to come from the community development block grant, and Golden Harvest Food Bank was going to pursue getting the additional funds, the matching funds, to be able to make this happen. So I see in this new development that when the RFPs went out, the cost came in above their initial amount that they wanted to spend. Am I correct?
That would be correct.
And so, so they had to revamp some things. They had to go in and make some reductions. Had to go in and make some reductions in the operating expenses, the facilities per se. So my question is this: in doing so, and I know that they were able to obtain this grant. In doing so, they were going to do their phase of the grant. Was it contingent upon the first proposal, because I see they went back and had to rescale and revamp, and now it's at a cost of about 5.8 million. With them still receiving the 3.7, but it reduced the amount that they have to give. I just want to make sure that there's no ambiguities when it comes down to them still being able to receive the 3.7, and it wasn't contingent upon their matching funds, and we had to go back and redo the initial proposal.
No, sir. I think your assessment is spot on. I mean, I think, well, let me back up. Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, Mr. Mayor, other members of the commission. So I think from that standpoint, basically Augusta, Georgia was awarded 3.7. And at that time, of course, we can get into the crisis piece, inflation, and those things. So once we sort of bid out exactly what the scope was, that's where you had the bids pretty much come in over and above. So based on that, what you're speaking to is to get down to that number. There was what we call value engineering done. Okay. And that took it down from about the 7 million, value engineered down, I think like 1.7, down to about like the 5.5 million. But to that point, the commitment from Augusta, Georgia is still there. The issue had to do with the gap, where the gap comes from. And I think they're here to speak for themselves, standing with us in partnership to sort of make that commitment. And so if you would like to have that read into record, I would ask if you do so, sir.
Yes, I would. And I just wanted to make sure, Madam Chair, just to clarify, that the organization would not have any lessened impact on their commitment to doing what it is they were doing, based upon them having to go back and reconfigure what it is that they initially sought out to do. So hearing what Director Welcher has said, I'm satisfied, because I didn't want anything to happen with this project moving forward. So I'm satisfied.
Motion approved.
I think Director Welcher has something. You good? Okay.
Can make a motion?
Motion to approve.
Second.
Voting man.
Mr. Williams? No, Ms. 3-1. That motion carries with Mr. Johnson voting no.
Number four.
Okay. Item number 4 is a motion to approve the Human Resources Department to enter into a third-party agreement for the Marketplace platform to assist Augusta, Georgia employees in locating child care services providers.
Director Rucker.
Good afternoon, Mayor. Good afternoon, Commissioners. I'm here just to answer any questions that you may have. What I'm asking for is that you just approve me going into the contract with the We Care platform. What the platform is actually going to do is provide an additional service, a perk to our employees that are having struggles finding child care. Right now, I'm sure you're aware that it's about $10,000 for child care a year. The average here in Georgia is $659. So over the last year, 2 years that I've been here, we've lost employees because they can't afford to work and pay the child care. We've lost employees in our public safety areas who work different hours, those 24-hour shifts, and who've had those same struggles with childcare. So in an effort to add, number one, value to Augusta, number two, retain our current employees and attract new employees, this platform was one of the ways we could do that. No, I'm not asking, let me rephrase this. No, I'm not asking for funds today for this. It is in my budget. I currently budgeted in my FY23 for this. So I'm not asking for any additional funds for this program. What I am asking you to do is just support our efforts in providing an additional perk to support our employees. No, we're not, okay?
Second.
Great.
Third.
Commissioner Pullum, did you have a comment or a question?
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman. Yes, I did. Ms. Ruckert, first off, I want to say that I think this is a phenomenal idea and plan. I really do. I had a question, and my question was, amongst the credits that they'll be receiving, how will they be divvied up? Is there a plan in place already as to how employees will receive the credits or the number of credits each employee would get?
Once we get the plan in place, yes, we would be working with WeCare to divvy up how the employees would be receiving the credits, the employees that want to participate.
Thank you.
Commissioner Williams? Can I get a motion?
We have one, ma'am. We just
Voting,
need to
ma'am.
vote.
Ready?
It's unanimous.
Ms. Bond, I think we have one more.
That takes us to item 6. Yes, ma'am.
Two, I'm sorry.
Receiver's information, the emergency request for water mitigation and drying of structure at the Craig Houghton in the amount of $64,231.71 by ServPro of Augusta.
Director Lampkin.
Yes, this is to receive as information. We had an emergency procurement during that freeze where we had pipes to bursting Craig Houghton Elementary, so we had to have that water damage mitigated, and so that's what that is.
Okay.
Motion receives information as it states, I guess.
Second. Voting, Ms. Bonner.
Okay. It's unanimous.
It's my agenda.
Our next item is the addendum item to discuss the RFP process with zone deadlines.
Am I good?
Commissioner Fran.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I thought it was important that we have this discussion as so much information has been flying about this process, and we need to make sure that citizens understand where we are, as well as I think all of us need to understand where we are. So I have a couple of questions, one for Ms. Sams and then one for the administrator, if possible. Hey, Ms. Sams. Question. My first question is this just a straight RFP, or is this emergency contract that we've put out for the amount of days that we put out?
This is an RFP.
An
Ms.
RFP.
Sams, can we get you to speak into the mic, ma'am? Okay, thank you.
This is an RFP.
Okay. So with an RFP, when the committee and whoever grades them gets them back, like typically on an RFP, there's no changes that can be made once we vote on them, correct? Or can there be changes made?
This will go through the normal process of the RFP, but just a quicker process. And it will come to you so that you can talk to it. Negotiations should have taken place prior to entering it into the agenda.
Okay, when you just said that negotiation should have taken place, what was put in the RFP wasn't even discussed with this body, but yet my question is, once we get it back, is that what we're going to have to live with and vote on?
What was put in the RFP, sir, is normal for Augusta, Georgia. We followed our normal guidelines.
I'm not disagreeing with that, but the fact that we had discussions about a contract and other terms and conditions, and then this contract put together with terms that basically were 2018, 2014, Chief James, things of that back in that day that were a part of it. I guess my question is, once we get it, we can't make any changes. Is that correct? Once we vote on it up here next week, whenever that happens. Is that correct?
What would you like to vote on next?
Well, I mean, obviously there was angst about this entire situation from this body about the subsidy, about the number of ambulances, about response times. And basically what we've done is we've created a contract that nobody in this up here had any input on. And now I'm just trying to confirm that when this comes back, this body will just say up or yay on what's on the paper. And that's my question.
Mr. Franum, I understand your concerns, and all of your concerns were considered in the writing of this RFP. And I strongly suggest that we follow the guidelines and the procedures as written. And I'd like to respectfully, by all accords, ask this commission to just let us handle this, bring back to you some suggestions. We are going to talk with whoever the submittals are, keeping everything that you've said in mind. We cannot function as a government with codes and laws and processes in place that we choose to pick and choose what rules at what time we're going to follow.
I totally agree with you.
It's easier for us in this case, and if you just bear with me just a second, a lot has happened over the last 2 or 3 weeks, in fact, the last 6 months, as it relates to this particular contract. It has been difficult for me to sit here as your procurement director and see and be involved in some of the things that has occurred. This particular process, starting new, fresh, fair, open, bringing to you financial responsibility of the vendor, experience, accountability, all the things that you asked for, all the things that you promised our citizens that we would do, that we were going to be open, we were going to be upfront, and we were going to follow the laws as written. I can assure you, you guys have kept me awake a week or so. And please, just allow us to do things as appropriately as we can in accordance to the law. And ladies and gentlemen, please, I need your help in some things, but you are pushing me to a level where we're getting close, very close, very, very close to stepping across the lines.
And I appreciate those comments, and I think and amen again, but the bottom line here is that I want the people to understand that once we get back this contract, this commission has to vote it up or down, and if we don't have 6 votes to move forward, like, they need to understand we couldn't do anything about it up here is my point. And that's all I wanted to discuss on that. There's nothing about it. I know you're gonna do a great job. I know you're gonna follow the letter of the law. I know all that.
Mr. Fred, I'm not here to challenge you by no means. But if this process does not work, it's not like Augusta doesn't have a second option. Okay?
Thank you.
Thank you all for your
Absolutely. My last question is for, actually it's going to be for the attorney. We're going to vote this next week, I would assume, on the 9th, as we have to have it in on the 10th. If someone was to protest the bid process, does that mean that we cannot submit for the zone because we don't have a binding contract?
That would be the normal process to, during a protest, the procurement stops. However, that has occurred to us, and I had planned to speak with the procurement director tomorrow about that. Because of the interests of Augusta, I think we have to find a way not to be bound by that in such an urgent situation. So I don't know what exactly approach I certainly would not recommend that we simply roll over and die because of a normal procedure, that we take whatever measures we have to take to try to continue a procurement. But the greatest likelihood that we could avoid a protest or quickly defeat a protest is to allow I think the procurement director to do it by the book, keep it straight, have no interference from the commission, no contact between commission and vendors, keep ourselves clean. We can justify our emergency nature, our urgent nature of this procurement.
I agree. I agree with that on the procurement part. Unfortunately, we haven't done that all the other parts. So thank you, sir. Thank you.
Commissioner Williams?
Yes, I just really have one thing to say, and that is that, as Ms. Sams has already stated, I think Commissioner Alvin Mason asked us last week to stay out of the process, to stay away from it, to allow our procurement director, our administrator, our attorney to do their job without people calling them, badgering them, emailing them, trying to get in the process to see what's going on in the process, trying to see who's responding to an RFP or saying something about an RFP or what the process is or what have you. My thing is that I think we should stay away from it. As Commissioner Alvin Mason has already said, and leave it alone. They will bring it back to us. They're doing their job. They're doing their job. But we just have to be in the process. We can't stay away. And then we're in the way and we're pointing the finger across the hall at somebody else. Stay out the way. We got QRVs, we got plans, we got RFPs, we got everything on the agenda, something that's doing something to do with the ambulance contract. Stay out the way. We got other folks on this thing. I would imagine they got questions of Ms. Sam. She shouldn't even be up here. And I don't think that anybody thinks that they're going to badger and beat up one of our employees who's doing their job and think that they're just going to walk away from it. Not today.
Commissioner Garrett.
Thank you, Chairman. Question is actually for, let's see, you made a comment earlier that there was a second option. What's that second option?
Well, a second option is simply what your rules and regulations says. It says that we are going to narrow the submittals down to possibly 3 proposers, and we are hoping that we receive that. And if the first negotiation with the preferred proposer fails, then we will go to the second or the third one. So that's the way it works, and that's the way we would do it and bring it back to you.
That's what I thought you meant. I just wanted to clarify.
Thank you.
So, and you also made a comment that you said 6 months ago, a lot of things have happened since that 6 months. But truth be told, 6 months ago, we couldn't do an RFP because the zone wasn't open, correct?
No, sir, it's not correct. It's not correct because 6 months ago, when you had a zone provider and his terms and condition expired, that was the time to do a full-blown RFP process.
Even though Augusta didn't currently have possession of the zone. I mean, I'm just trying to understand how you would go find another provider or even do an RFP for another provider when technically we, at that point, didn't have a say-so in who could really do the ambulance service because Gold Cross had the zone from the state.
Well, when the Gold Cross's contract expired.
The contract had nothing to do with the zone ownership, though.
No, it did not have anything to do with the zone, but we had an opportunity to do what we're doing now, to go out for bid.
And so if that was the case, why was process not started since we didn't start this RFP process?
It was not that it wasn't an attempt.
Okay. So this question is actually for
but when their contract expired, who was in it? That's why they have a contract with us now. Yeah. we stand to agree to disagree. So we are where we are.
Who is we? Is it administrator and you and me, or?
No, sir. I would never disagree with you like
Oh,
that.
you haven't passed. It's fine. I have thick skin. You can disagree with me. Okay, I have a question. I think this probably is for the attorney or the administrator. Does the current month-to-month contract that we approved earlier today in the special call meeting, does it meet the state requirements for us to use that contract to go for the zone?
Could you repeat that, just that last part again?
I said, does the month-to-month contract that we're in currently meet the state requirements for us to try to go get the zone?
The month-to-month contract that we have with Gold Cross has no relations to our ability to go out and get the zone. What allows us to apply for the zone is the fact that Gold Cross, as of tomorrow, relinquishes zone as the zone provider.
Correct. But what I'm saying is, I know that per the state requirements for everybody that's submitting during this next 10-day period, if you submit, you have to have a plan of action. You either have to have a provider or you are the provider in order to apply and potentially get the zone. I'm not saying that we couldn't go apply for it without a provider, but I think everybody here knows we would not get it because we have no way to provide that service without a provider.
I believe, if I understand what you're saying, I believe I agree with that we would not have a very strong or effective application, even though technically we could go on our own.
Yeah.
They have made it clear that Augusta is qualified to apply, but the strength of our application depends upon us having subcontractors or partners to help us actually run the zone. On our own, we don't have the necessary equipment, personnel, and we probably would not be good competitors against other entities who are going to apply for the zone.
Okay. So my last question. So what happens if a new company wins the RFP through this process, as Ms. Sams has laid out? Does Gold Cross continue to, are we still in that month-to-month contract, or do they give us a 30-day notice as per the contract states they can do? And, you know, can a new company get up to speed within that 30 days knowing what we know about availability of ambulances as well as resources out there and how long it takes us to procure vehicles, or not us, but for basically anybody right now to procure these types of vehicles? What would happen then?
Yeah, Gold Cross has given its commitment that it will be our temporary zone provider, as they are called by the Department of Public Health, until two things occur. The state appoint no one likes to use the word permanent, but a full zone provider, and that zone provider becomes operational in Richmond County. So if everybody does if Augusta does what it's promised and Gold Cross does what it's promised, Augusta Richmond County should not experience any gap in service.
But does a month-to-month really have any guarantees beyond that 30-day notice?
No, it wouldn't. However, I'm sure the commission is not expecting Gold Cross to act dishonorably. Gold Cross knows that it's our temporary provider. I assume the commission, by agreeing to appoint them as a temporary provider, that has trust that Gold Cross will continue to provide the service as long as we keep our end of the bargain, which is to pay $250 for the first month, $250,000 for the first month, and $150,000 for each month thereafter.
All right. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Commissioner Guilfoyle.
Thank you, Madam Chair. You know, people think we interfering, and I have an email. I ain't badgered because I could ask any colleague back here behind the dais, what is the process that we're going to be seeing? We have residents that's reaching out what's going on with the ambulance service. So we know it's out for RFP. We know that it's coming, the bids are due, I guess, today?
Monday.
next Monday. And then what happens? Can somebody, as far as staff, please inform the commission, because the protocol is what we are looking for. Special called meeting, we're gonna have the, handle it on Tuesday? Do you know? All these secrets. Madam Chair, can we get somebody to respond?
She's putting it on.
You have handouts, Ms. Sams, or
I don't have handouts.
it's on the website?
Mr. Commissioner, within the documentations, and that's a great question, and thank you for bringing that to our attention. And if you would like to receive the schedule, we'll be happy to do so. The RFP process, as it relates to the mail out, we mailed the RFPs out on yesterday overnight mail. We've already began receiving calls from persons who have received those copies of the RFP. The RFP is on our website. It was in today's paper. It's going to be on the Georgia Registry. It's going to be on Demand Star. And let me pause there for a minute and give this to our clerk. We mailed out 153 RFPs to persons over the years who have talked to us. Georgia Registry has about 200 people in their system that they have notified. We received phone calls from people that said that they would be interested in submitting to Augusta. Questions about the RFP. The deadline for the questions concerning the RFP will be Friday, February 3rd, 5:00 p.m. The RFP responses are due on Monday, February the 6th at 11:00 a.m. What we are going to do when we receive...
Ms. Sams, can I interrupt 1 second?
Yes, sir.
Under the committee evaluations and negotiation, a notified selected vendors, was it all the vendors that was reached out to, or was it a select group of vendors?
I beg your pardon?
As far as the vendors that we sent this RFP to, was it a select group, or was it the entire, anybody that had ambulance service, a vendor?
It was open. It was open to everybody that had a service
Thank
that
you.
could provide the service. I beg your pardon?
It's 153
Yes, ma'am.
were sent out.
Were sent
Mhm.
out to all known vendors. Georgia Registry sent out 200 or more to everybody that responded to what they call the commodity code.
Okay. Can we, I'll take a picture of it. So Thursday, February 9th at 1 p.m., I guess we're doing, have a special called meeting?
Well, I had spoken with the mayor, and the mayor said that he would call a meeting.
That is correct. We're going to have a special call meeting for the 9th, February 9th, 1 p.m.
That doesn't give much time to apply for the zone.
With all due respect, Commissioner, it does, and that the zone closes on the 10th. It's our intent to have, if we are able to find a service provider, to submit for control of that or ownership of that zone by 5 o'clock on the 10th. No later than 5 o'clock on the 10th.
Mr. Mayor, since you speak of me, are we going to get any kind of pre-notification of vendor number 1, vendor number 2?
I would imagine that we will, but
without interrupting the process. I mean, I'm stickler about the process and being done right to where we're not sued.
I would imagine that we will, but I believe in trusting our procurement process in order to get this done. I would imagine that they would submit
Mr.
Thank you,
Mayor.
Ms. Sams. Thank you, Mayor and Madam Chair.
Mr. Williams?
I appreciate it. These two, Mr. Mayor, I think, can you, if I may ask,
Yes.
can you address the question of when you're going to give us the 1, 2, and the 3? And my suggestion is when you come in the chamber, but go ahead, man.
According to your code, Augusta, Georgia's code, Article 6, it so states how the procurement office is going to go about evaluating the committee. We are not going to change that. Never have I, well, I won't say never. I do not recall at any time that we came in here and presented 3 vendors to you. And I don't think right now, with the time schedule that has been placed upon us by the state and the process that we have in place, this would not be a good time to start doing exceptions to your own rules and regulations. I feel that we should stick very closely to these rules and regulations because of so many things. I want to encourage all local vendors, vendors who've had these contracts, to submit. Get to the table, talk to us. We want to be open, fair, and we want to be able to have a contract that all of Augusta is going to be proud of. We know we can do it. We have to do it. And if vendors are being sincere, they will participate in the process.
Thank you.
And if I may, and I'm just going to put it out there, we don't need commissioners calling vendors and trying to see who the vendor is and what you're willing to give up or what have you. Some people are looking at me like, but we do have folks that do that. They make the calls ahead of time. We'll vote for you if you do this or that or what have you. So as to keep the process transparent, to keep the process in line with what it needs to be, I'm just in line with, I don't care, you give it to me 2 minutes before. It's just that everybody needs to be on the same playing field when we come in the commission chamber on the 9th.
Thank you. This is our last question, Mr. Garrett.
Thank you, ma'am. This question is for, I guess, the administrator, since she will be the one submitting the contract, since most contracts go through you, or is that not the case?
The Augusta Fire Department is the certifying agency for the city of Augusta to be able to submit the application.
No, I'm talking about for the RFP process. The contract that we're going to approve or look at on Thursday, February 9th at 1 o'clock, that's coming through the fire department or through your?
No, it'll be coming through the fire department.
Okay. All right. Well, you don't have to get up, Chief. The question that I want everybody to hear, because this has always been an ongoing issue, at least for my first 4 years of being up here, is oftentimes when we get contracts to make a decision on, we receive them either the day of or maybe the night before. So I guess my question is, when will we have an opportunity to look at the contract that we are asked to make a decision at 1 o'clock on February 9th? When will we receive that? All right. But
Commissioner,
all
while
I
you-
heard in the last few weeks is we didn't have a chance to read the contract. We didn't have a chance to read the contract. So I'm just trying to get everybody on the same page here and just trying to give everybody the same expectations.
While this will be an expedited process for the commission to review the contract, I would like to point out that the vendor, whoever is selected, would have worked with negotiation efforts with the procurement department as well as the fire department and the Office of Administration and even the law department. So it would not be a case in which the vendor would have never seen the contract. The vendor would have agreed to the terms as well as your staff in bringing a contract for approval to you.
I'm not asking about the vendor seeing it or
I just wanted to make sure you were aware
no,
of that.
I'm asking when the commission who you're asking to make a decision will be able to see it. And from what I heard from my attorney, it'll be on the 9th.
That's
So-
correct.
So,
I think given the schedule that they have, it could possibly be earlier depending on when on the 8th we finalize it.
okay. I'm just, hopefully the staff is hearing that we would all at least like the opportunity to look at it. So I'm just throwing that one out there for the public to hear, and
The
hopefully
staff have heard you, and we are going to make that happen.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Sams. Receive as information?
Without objection.
Without objection?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Madam Clerk, I think that's the end of administrative service.
Yeah. Yes, ma'am.
Madam Clerk, Engineering Service Committee to come to order. Are there any additions or deletions?
We have supporting additional information for item number 3 is, let's see.
For item 3?
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you. Yep. I would also offer up a consent agenda of items number 1, 2, and 4.
So moved.
I've got I've got a motion and a second for the consent agenda. Is there any further discussion? Hearing none, we're voting.
It's unanimous.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Let's go to, well, the only item that we have. Item number 3.
Item 3 is to review trash hauler contract that was approved on January 3rd meeting and rescind if needed per legal recommendations per January 19th meeting in Administrator Dowse's office.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Mr. Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Chairman. Commissioner Williams and I were in a meeting in reference to some clarity around this item back on January 19th, and the director brought up some issues, and I'm not sure if we need to rescind this contract, but I think that it'd be probably prudent to have them up here to at least discuss what the hesitation was, and to, I guess my question, well, my procurement
Who's
director
going to speak to this item?
But I think they're
The Department Director? Oh, by all means.
Yep.
Step to the podium. You know the routine. Would you
state your name and address
beforehand?
Let me ask a question.
Before you get started, I'm going to go to Commissioner Williams.
Administrator, Mr. Garrett and I were talking, and you were saying that, he said that you stated that we could probably just amend this rather than rescinding this. So can we speak to that first?
That's exactly what Dr. Malik is going to speak to, those various options concerning the amendment today.
Can you not speak towards that, and we just move forward with amending this?
Considering it is a technical topic regarding how the current hauler contracts are relating to, I would rather he speak to it.
All right, let's do this. Director Malik, can you come on up to the podium? You know the routine.
Yes, sir. Good afternoon. So, are we, just for clarity, for my purpose, are we, the question is, the waste hauler contract with the waste management and the coastal, or the overall action what commission took? Because there's two parts to the action. One is extended the wastewater contract, and other was with the Coleman. So
Okay, just, everybody just hold on right here. Madam Administrator, can we get some clarity and some direction so that we can move forward?
Sure. I asked Dr. Malik to come forward to speak to his concerns regarding the action that was taken on January 3rd, as well as speak to his recommendations for the hauler contracts going forward.
Now, are we talking about all of the hauler contracts? Because, you know, we had Waste Management, we had Coastal, we had Coleman that was on that particular meeting, as I recall.
So the recommendations that he has forwarded that we've also passed out should be for waste management.
Okay, so I'm not sure where the confusion comes in there. All right, Commissioner Williams, before Dr. Malik gets started.
Dr. Malik, did we not discuss the waste management contract? And
Yes,
you said something about, I'm not sure about what you called it, some kind of monies that we have in the other contract that you said that you can get for the waste management contract, correct?
yes, sir.
Okay, so my question is, can we just amend it and put in what the monies that you're asking for? That's the route we would rather go.
I can go through, and really it's up to, you know, this body, how you know, whether you amend it or we got to go back and negotiate it,
Okay.
or renegotiate it,
Okay,
the
so
extended term.
So let me ask you, have you already gone back to the waste management people to renegotiate it yet?
No, sir.
You have not.
No, sir, because the CNR been made to extend the
Oh,
contract.
okay, I'm not on this committee, but for me, I think it needs to be renegotiated, and when it comes back to us, I think we just need to amend it with those monies included. Right now, this is just my recommendation because I'm not on engineering, but I would just take it off the table because Dr. Malik told us at the meeting that he was going to go back and renegotiate with these folks. And so when it comes forward, we would just amend it, and they would just pay us these monies because that's what the other Coastal is doing per their contract. So per our conversation the other day in Ms. McDowell's office the other day.
Douse.
Ms. McDowell's?
Ms. Dowse, I got you. Madam Dowse's office the other day, he was supposed to go and talk with those people, negotiate with those people, and bring it forward. That's been about 2-3 weeks ago, hadn't it been?
Ninth last week.
Okay. No, when did we talk with?
It was on the 19th.
Okay, but we had enough time to do that. So this is just my recommendation that we take it off the agenda until he goes back and negotiates and he's willing to bring forward those monies or whatever the situation is, and we can amend it. That's just me.
Thank you, Commissioner Williams. Parliamentarian legal. First and foremost, as a committee, are we able to rescind, or make a decision to rescind a commission action as a committee?
Not a decision, sir.
Exactly. Okay, so I just want to make sure we're clear on that. So that's not going to happen. Number two, what I want to point out here, based on what you're saying, there was your recommendation was a motion to approve and authorize implementation of the attached Exhibit A through Section E listed in the action items recommended by the Engineering and Environmental Services Director. Is that your posture here today?
Yes, sir. That's the other part of the discussion today.
Okay, all right, so just hold what you got.
I'd like to make a motion, Chairman.
Commissioner Garrett?
Motion to approve and authorize implementation of attached Exhibit A through Section E listed action items recommended by Engineering and Environmental Services Director in the handout.
We have a motion on the floor. Is there a second? I'll second it myself. Now we have a second. Any further discussion?
None.
Not, let's vote by the usual sign.
So you're saying we need to rescind?
We can't. We don't have authority to rescind on a committee. We're voting. Who else is? Because that's what you said. You want us to amend it. Yeah, that's what we're doing.
But does he have the money?
Who are we missing in the vote? Anybody?
Ms. McKnight, she's here. Ms. McKnight.
And there we go. Madam Clerk?
Yes, sir. It's unanimous.
That vote is unanimous with no further business coming before the Engineering Service Committee. We stand adjourned.